Anyway, I think we're going. It took ages for me to get my browser to start going properly. I started a stream from the streaming OBS software. It took about 30 seconds for the browser to recognise it was even getting anything. It's weird. Anyway, we're here. Everything's all a bit wonky and moved around. And anyway, how's everyone going? So we got so far Dave, Ian, Wilhelm. So if you're here, then say hello in the chat so I know you're there. Is this all being a bit slow? I think it is. Right. What's going on here? So it's just being... I don't know why I'm seeing lagging. It's weird. Anyway, fine. So, who else is here? If you're here, then say hello to chat. Just like to know who's here. And stream's fine. Cool. Yeah, it just took ages for the thing to actually start. It's a bit weird. It's just strange. Phil's Analog Basement, how's it going? Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, it's working now. Seems to be. Of some kind of region, anyway. Anyway, I've got a few projects to work on. A few things we can look at trying to fix. Some are quite interesting. They're things which I've got no experience with, in fact. So it could be interesting as well in that regard. And I've also finally tidied my desk up a little bit. It's actually looking a bit tidier. I had a bunch of projects sitting at the back of the desk for ages, and I've just sort of finally made decisions about what I'm doing with certain things. B-Blood, how's it going? And yeah, finally got it tied up a bit. Looks a lot better. Okay, question for you. Now, I've done reviews on thermal cameras before. Done a few different ones. I've been approached by a company and they're offering to send me a product to review, which is always good. And it's very much like the T2 thermal camera or P2 thermal camera. Looks a lot like that. Hold on, let me get it. Got it in here somewhere. This one I don't tend to use, so I have it buried somewhere. There you go. It's very much like the infrared one, like this. One of these things, right? One of those. Looks like that. And I did a review on this one, and I had issues with the app being a bit unstable, and it's not working for me. I mean, other people have had no problems with them, but for me, in my case, in my system, it wasn't happy. So it was a bit of a problem. Now I've got to try and get back in the drawer. And so that's why I don't tend to use it. But companies approached me with another unit which looks the same as that. I think it's just like their rebadged version. I'm not actually sure. So how many of you think it will be worthwhile me getting that camera to review it? So like I said, I've already done reviews, but it may be a different situation. I mean, there's over a year ago I did that camera. Must be getting close to 2 years, and I looked at that one. Yeah. So let me know if you think I should get that review done. Should I say, you know, hey, yes, or should I just skip it? Right now, I don't need another thermal camera, so I'm not exactly inclined to get one. But hey, they've actually emailed me twice now, so they're quite keen. And if people are interested in it, then I'll do it. That's fine. But I just want to sort of gauge interest. Is it worth me doing another thermal camera review? Yeah. Say why not? Sure. Okay. Any other opinions? because I only want to review what people are interested in. All right, so if people aren't going to be interested in another thermal camera, then it's supposed to be like 192 by was it 256 by 192 resolution and stuff like that, 25 frames. So it's reasonable specs. What do you expect from me? Well, what do I expect from me? A review. They just want me to review it, and they said as well in the email it's okay to compare it with other units, which I would do anyway. But you know, they say it's okay to compare it to other brands. Obviously, they're confident in it. But also, I could try and get the iOS version because they have an iOS version. If I get that one for Apple phones, I might have less problems because I had issues with the other one because it's using it on my my Blackview tablet, which isn't a wonderful tablet to be honest. It works okay, but I think it's a little bit underpowered, and I think it struggled a little bit with it. So if I get the iOS version, at least it won't be exactly the same as doing the P2, which I did before, the InfraVision one. Infrared one, sorry. So it won't be exactly the same. It would be based on the iOS version, which I think would make it a bit of a different enough tangent to make it interesting. Though it's not exactly a repetition. So I think on that grounds I'm tempted to do it. Hey Adam, so it's perhaps more safe for Apple, yeah, because they vet their apps to a degree. Interesting thing too. Doesn't affect existing Patreon supporters, but ones which become Patreon supporters in the future, there's an issue where, because Patreon have an iTunes app, Apple app, right, iOS app, they are being required by Apple to charge 30% more to cover the Apple tax, right? So Apple want them to charge more. Apple are saying that you have to use Apple's billing system, and it costs them 30% more. So if you're looking at becoming a Patreon, do it before November, because before November you won't get charged extra 30%. After November, if you use the iOS app, you'll get charged 30% more, and Apple takes that. No one even sees it. And I don't think that's right. You know, they're saying, you have to use their billing system for the money that people, that you guys, give me, right? Well, how does that work for other apps? Because if you think about it, if you've got an eBay app on your phone, they don't charge you 30% each time you buy something from eBay, right? Exactly the same circumstance. The money's not going straight to eBay, it's going to the person you're purchasing from. So I don't understand why there's this discrepancy between how Patreon are being treated in places like eBay, and there's lots of other examples of that, where you're using the app to access a service, not buy from the app. Alright, so yeah, I don't know. Apple are getting too greedy, definitely. They've been too greedy for a long time now. No, I've got my iPhone 13, which I can use. I've also got iPhone 6 Plus, 6S Plus and iPhone 6S if I need to use that. And I've also got a iPad Pro, which is only a couple of years old. So I've got a few options there, things I could use on. The iPad Pro uses a USB-C, but I think I can adapt from a C to a Lightning connector. I think you can actually get that. So, going to vote in today's flicks? Yeah, well, maybe. See, an iPhone 16 slot poo. I don't know. I don't care about the latest iPhone. The only reason I went from an iPhone 6S to the 13 because the cellular provider is doing a good deal, is giving a good discount, and it's about time is due for an update, right? So I don't update every year. I update 5 or 6 years. Okay, that's my kind of update frequency. Quite slow. So I'm not interested in keeping cutting edge. I mean, years ago when I was younger, I'd be cutting edge all the time, be like the latest thing. But now it's like I'd rather have something which has been proven. Plus, there's the old issue of headphone socket and repairability. Yeah, I've still got an iPhone 4 sitting here, which is my first iPhone. It's an iPhone 4. I've got it sitting here somewhere. iPhone 5. I think I've got that as well somewhere. I've got a 5C somewhere. Like family phones, which I ended up getting back. But yeah. Battery's good. Yeah, the battery on my one, the iPhone 13, is actually doing quite well. When the 6S, even with a brand new battery put in it, I'd have to charge it every day, definitely. And if I used it, it'd basically go flat, right? So I use it for watching videos, obviously. So the iPhone 13's been a lot better than that. It might only go down to like 50% maybe if I use it the same amount. That's been quite good. Well, yeah, if you're gonna Secret Engineer, how's it going? And Greg, I didn't say that to you guys yet. The yeah, so the Patreon thing, if you're gonna support me on Patreon, don't do it through the iOS app if you get the iOS app after November. You can do it right now. If you do it sooner rather than later, then you don't get that tax put on it. If you're an existing member and supporter through Patreon, you don't get charged that. It's only the new ones which will get that in November onwards, I think it was. So, but the way to avoid that is to not use the iOS app after November, and just don't use it for that. Delete the app and just use the browser. Like you say, you don't pay tax on the browser. iPhone 11 doesn't support 5G. Yes, that is the other thing. Yes, the 5G access. Some places are turning off 3G, right? I know Australia, they're already going through turning off 3G. They're planning on turning off 3G here. And I don't think that's a good idea, because places that are rural like me, we use 3G, right? So we're at a range of 5G, definitely. There's no 5G here. Well, maybe actually. I think it might have changed a bit. I think there is a bit of 5G now, just in range. But it doesn't take much to drop out of 5G range, and then when you're in a rural area, because it's far greater distances between towers, and then if you're lucky, you get 4G, and sometimes it drops back to 3G. So sometimes, my phone will say 3G on it. So if 3G's gone, I wouldn't have a connection at all. So I think, I think 3G's should stay supported for a little bit longer yet. This whole advancing technology thing's happening a bit too quickly. They're not actually letting things naturally regress and be phased out. Right? Instead of cutting people's services off and saying sorry, but people still use 3G. People still have it. Like in the motorhome, we've got wireless broadband in there, and that's a 4G router. And sometimes that drops back to 3G because of where we're sitting, because we'll be in the middle of a paddock, in the middle of nowhere, and we'll have 3G, not 4G. In that case, I wouldn't have internet anymore. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that's a separate thing. So, yes, we'll fix something today. I'm sitting here waffling and just chatting to you guys first. So, the opinions I got is basically, yes, I should look at this thermal camera and do another review. So I'll email them back and say, yeah, sure. Actually, I better open my email up. It's not actually running. So yeah, I'll do that. I'll see if anything turns out. I mean, they may change their mind. About times several times I've been approached by a company saying, hey, we'd like to do a review, and I emailed them back, and then they asked me about my channel. It's like, but the email initially said, hey, we've been watching you for a while. We like your stuff. Stand it open in line. And then actually it turns out, no, they haven't. I don't have a clue about my channel. I get things like gaming people, gaming channels, sort of looking for gaming channels. Like, I don't do gaming. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, and what's the other thing I was looking at the other day? It crossed my mind just then. I forgot what it was. there was something else. What was that? Oh, it's gone. Forgotten. I'm watching some videos recently about Bamboo Labs and their 3D printers. Because I've been using my Ender 3, which is just behind that stack of test gear there. I was using that the past couple of days. And I mean, it works, it gets stuff out, but I'm never really happy with the results in the printing. It's okay, but sometimes it's a bit hit and miss. And the past couple of days has been a very much miss. I'm having problems with the quality, getting it right. And I've seen some videos about this Bamboo Labs one, and they're basically designed to plug and play. Basically, just do it, and it recalibrates itself each print and that sort of stuff, and it just prints, and the quality looks good. So I'm looking at those right now. I'm thinking about buying one, and this morning I emailed them to say, would you be interested in doing a review? To see if I can get them for free. We'll see if anything comes out of that. It may or may not happen. Oh yeah, Ian, that's what I was going to say. Ian sent me a link because he got an email the other day from someone wanting to do a review, and he wasn't interested. Fernursi. And so I emailed Fernursi, and then they said, "Oh no, it's not the right time." It's like, hold on a minute, you're looking out there asking people to do reviews, and then Ian wasn't interested, so he sent it to me, and I emailed them saying, "Hey, I'll do it," and they said, "No thanks." It's like, okay, fine. Fine, I won't review your stuff. I don't know. They said, "Oh, you've been following your channel for a while, actually, but I don't feel it's the right time." It's like, why is it not the right time? That's the weird part. That's the weird part of that response. Instead of saying no thanks, or I don't know. That was a strange bit. So you got a Prusa Mark IV, an ANET ET4 Pro. Oh, Greg, yeah, absolutely, yeah. When it comes to review stuff, you have to be so careful, right? Because there are so many scams. People get their channels taken off them, and they lose their channels basically because the scammer will send you a link which has got a script in it, which will send that scammer all your cookies and session information from your browsers, and then using that session information, they can go straight into your YouTube account and logging in. Just using sessions, they can get straight in, take over your account, change your passwords, change your email addresses, and that's it. And you lost your account. So yes, if I ever get an attachment with a file attachment on an email, I do not click it to open it, because they can always pretend to be something else. They have a different icon put onto them. You can have a different sub format, like the suffix added onto them, or a confusing suffix, and it makes you at a glance look like something else. If I'm opening a file, often what I'll do first is I'll drag it into a text editor. I've got BB Edit, which is a text editor I use for doing programming, and I drop it onto that. Well, I open it with that, right? And that shows me whether the file looks like what it should be or not, whether it's a script or whether it's something else. And then if that passes that test, sometimes it fails that test. I've had plenty of those. I've had people trying, and then I actually open a program it's supposed to work in and open it from that. So I'll go into that program and choose the open command and then choose that file, right? So that way the program itself is trying to open the file, not the file trying to find a program. But usually the very first step of opening it in BB Edit and looking at it in that, and looking at actual the ASCII inside it, if it's ASCII, it tells you whether it's what it's supposed to be or not. And you have to be really cautious. Even if people aren't YouTubers, you should really do that anyway, because you could get one of these and you'll get hacked somehow. Because this is just sending YouTube stuff, but it could be sending your logins to some other website, and you can go somewhere else. It could be eBay or whatever. All right, so it's something you have to be careful of. only ever open a program like if it's a PDF, supposed to be a PDF, get a PDF reader, open it up, choose the open command and open it with that. Don't double click on the file. That's the thing that catches people out. People will just double click on it. Oh yeah, it's okay, it's a PDF because it says a PDF. Actually, no, it's not. It's a script and it sends stuff to your scanner. Yeah. So yes, it's just something to watch out for. People get caught by this. It's very easy to caught by it if you're not paying attention. So you have to be very rigorous in the application as well. But I get stuff every week. Every week I get something which is faked, you know, fake links, or it's just like a short link, like a bit.ly link or something like that, and you never click on those either, because you don't know where it's going. So things like that, you don't click on them. If you see a bit.ly link in something, unless you know it's definitely from the manufacturer, directly from them, without doubt, don't touch them. Yeah, maybe, but the funny thing is about that B-blog is that they just emailed Ian saying, "Hey, we're looking for reviewers," and Ian wasn't interested. And that's why he sent it to me. And then I emailed them saying, "Hey, I'll do a review for you." And they say, "No, thanks." It's like, okay, my channel is just as big as Ian's. Ian gets more views. Like if he does a video, because he does them infrequently and always the same kind of topic of repair. He'll get more views on a video. So even though he's got lower subscriber numbers, he'll get more views. Whereas I've got a higher number of subscribers. So it depends on which kind of metric you're looking at. But still, I'm similar to Ian, right? So for them to choose no rather than, I don't know, it just seemed weird. Looking for viewers, but I don't want one. It's strange. The thing is, Finersi make some nice stuff. And I've actually bought stuff from Finersi, so. You like clicking on mystery links and eating pills you find on the floor. Indeed, Scott. Well done. Fake emails from postal carriers. Interesting. But yeah, I mean, I get emails every week. I get stuff every week. Fake stuff. You know, scammers and phishing attempts and stuff like that. Yeah. So Ian's running Anycubic i3. Yeah. I mean, I've got three 3D printers, right? So I don't need a 3D printer. But I just saw this Bamboo Labs one, and the reviews looked very promising for it. Now, the one I'm looking at is the A1, which actually had an issue when they first came out, and they actually ended up doing a recall on them. There's an issue with the main feed or power cord or something like that. Not exactly sure exactly what it was. I only saw mention of it briefly. But they actually catch fire. So they've done a recall on them for that, and they've got an updated version which has got all these corrections onto the cables. So I'm not quite sure whether it's the heating element loom or whether it's something else. But yeah, they had an issue with it. And the fact that actually it's on their main page. Just say they actually got saying recall on there and stuff like that. So they're being very open about it, and because they're being very open about it and proactive, and they actually listed the things they've done to fix the problem in detail, I think that's a good sign. It's like, well, they're actually taking ownership for it and supporting the customers because it's got a recall, and stating what they've done to fix the problem. So that, although they have a bit of a hiccup, I think there's a positive thing because of the way they've handled it. Right, things go wrong. Right, it happens. So to see happening like that, where something goes wrong, okay, but they've handled it in a way which looks like they're actually supporting their customers and doing the right thing, which says a lot. So yeah, and there's certain other companies out there which would not be doing that, and they'll be trying to sue people for saying, "Hey, something's wrong." Anyway, so I've got a pile of things behind me to look at, and we'll look at something. I'm not quite sure exactly what yet. Okay, I should do a poll. Let's see what we're going to look at. Add a poll. What the hell are these called? Oh. Hit the wrong button. Don't do that. What else we got here? Could maybe look at that. Bit hard with the disk space though, bit tight. Your 13's in pieces after trying to catch it on fire. Oh, damn. That's three things. Can I add a fourth thing to this? Maybe. It's probably a bit too fine, a bit too detailed to do on live stream. We'll leave it at that. We'll do three things to see if that's enough. Switch to a computer easy to type. Yes, it is definitely easy to type. Better than trying to do it on a little touch screen or whatever. 1972 Sears 12-inch tube TV. Really? Have I fixed the thing Mrs. Defpom asked me to fix? I don't think I have any outstanding jobs, no. Got more carbon resistance on order. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'm hoping for an easy choice here. I'm hoping you guys choose a Netonics, whatever it was. Yeah, Netonics. I've got three of those. Switches. This one's already open. Apparently they're dead. But given three of them to look at, and they're all dead. Now, interesting, I was looking at their website last night, reading their forums, and these have a security vulnerability on them. Now, these are network managed switches, right? And these are often internet accessible. Not always, but often. And they've been getting hacked. And, yeah, and they've been taken down. Because they've got a security vulnerability on the locking system or something like that. So they're doing firmware updates right now to try and solve the problem, and they got it. I think they got it half fixed, but they're still working on it. And so I don't know whether it's because of that security vulnerability and that's why they've been bricked. Maybe the assumption is that they're dead, but it's actually they're hacked. It's possible. Or they've actually suffered some kind of electrical issue. Plenty of outstanding jobs, she hasn't allocated them to me yet. Yes, that's probably true actually. Yes. Yes, that's probably true. Can I rig the vote? Bricked is not dead then. Well, depends. I mean, I just got told dead. That's what the labels are on them. These are from Rob, Tech Technologies. when he was here last time, he bought those to have a look at, because they're not his, they belong to someone he knows. And he said, "Can you do anything with them? You know, have a play. They don't work. They've got nothing to lose." But yeah, whether it's been, but they're not actually brick. They still function. They still function as a switch, kind of. But they got this lockout thing in there, and when they've been hacked, they're doing DDoS attacks, and they got an FBI screen on them saying it's been locked out and stuff like that. And yeah, so that's part of the modification they're doing to them. So it's quite interesting. But whether they're electrically faulty or whether they've just been hacked, I don't know. I haven't powered them up at all. Interesting is they actually run off a battery, so they got those rear terminals on the front. Those rear terminals, well, a pair of terminals there. That's the power supply. So these are meant for like standalone installations, like in towers and stuff like that. And you power them off a battery. So this is 9 to 72 volts apparently they run from. And because they're out in a paddock with a tower, it could be a lightning damage. It's possible, right? That's just, the current suspicion is lightning damage. But whether or not that is the case, I'm not going to assume that is the case. It could be. It could be something else has happened. It could be they got hacked. And here's Rob now. We're talking about these things, Rob. So, yeah. We don't know yet whether it's lightning damage or whether it's something else. Haven't looked at them yet. So that's what I was hoping to look at today, but it seems everyone's voting for the scope, which also came from Rob. Rob gave me that as well. So I haven't touched it yet, apart from giving it a bit of a clean up because it's been sitting in the shed, so it's a bit dusty and stuff on the front. So I gave it a bit of a clean, and hasn't been used in over 10 years, I think Rob said. So that could be interesting. But yeah, everyone's going for the big thing, not the small thing. Oh, the switch is only 13%. 13. That's terrible. That's what I wanted to look at. Well, if something's been compromised, then you want updatable firmware, don't you? So you can fix the compromised issue. In for the switch, well done, Adam. Wish everybody else had gone for the switch. Everyone wants to look at the scope. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we could have a quick look at the switch just to see if there's any life there, and then we'll move on to the scope. Keep everyone happy. Thomas, how's it going? Quick look, you reckon? Yeah. Okay. Well, someone's voted for dead power supply. I'll show you the dead power supply. This is one of these Dinner mount 24 volt power supplies. Got given it from work. They said, "It's dead, do you want it?" And I went, "Yep." So yeah, I've got it. Don't know exactly what dead is. I don't know what its circumstances are. I think it just died. I think it was induced and it just stopped working. So don't know. But that's it. That's the little power supply thing I want to look at as well. It's on the pile of things to look at. Hey Kim. No, it doesn't smell burnt actually. Okay, well. Let's have a quick look at the switch. Just power one up and have a look. So I've got 3 of them here, right? So we'll just do one of them. Let's change cameras. Let's do That one, I've changed my camera setup as well. What should I use for this? Bananas? Banana to banana. I must have one of those. That was a bit short, but might do it. Yeah, still. One which is too short, one which is massively long. I need to get some more of these cables, which are kind of in between the two. .24 volts, that'll do. Can handle that. Negative goes in negative. Let's bring it down a bit closer. Put a arm on this now so it can move around. I don't know if you can see that, can you? Probably not. Right. Let's power this up and see what happens. Is she going to go bang? Put in 1 amp. 1 amp. Okay. I think 1 amp's probably a bit excessive. That could be a short. I think 1 amp's probably too much for that, but I'll go slightly higher. We'll go 2 amps. Try again. That's maxing out. I don't think that should be 2 amps. It looks like a dead short. That one's got wet, is it? Okay. Well, try another one. Okay, yeah, let's try another one. Okay, some boots. Pulling 700 milliamps. And it's actually all glitchy and weird. This one's misbehaving. So that's not right either. We know that. But that one's a bit of a weird issue. So doing 300 milliamps. No fan running, no lights coming on. So this one looks like power supply is half dead. Or it's stuck in reset or something. Right, very interesting. Nuts, yes, that's why it's got nuts on that one, indeed. Okay, so 3 very different faults. So those are going to be potentially interesting to look at. And as I've got No circuit diagrams. I did have a quick look for circuit diagrams, couldn't find anything. Chances of actually fixing them, we'll see we go. But the shorter one probably actually stands the best chance because it's the most obvious fault. So that's the one I'm actually most confident about, strangely. Yeah, interesting. But the one which is going crazy had the fan running at least, so the power supplies are running. But it could still be a power supply issue. I mean, the fact it's gone nuts, that could be literally AC. Aren't you? It's running for DC supply, but is it doing switching? What's it doing switching? I mean, this is power supply here. In this section, you've got a inductor here, so it could be doing switching to AC. You've got some MOSFETs here. Well, it could just be a common mode truck sort of thing, potentially. I don't know. Anyway, also some switching supply over here, so it could be a capacitor issue, but I doubt it. Problem for next time. Now to kind of move this out of the way because I need the space. Because someone voted for us doing a scope. I'll end the poll now. Yes, whoever is doing. Yeah, obviously, yes, of course. You're saying that, isn't it? It's obvious you're saying that now, Rob. I was forgetting about the variable supply. So look at this beast. So this was given to me by Rob as well. He's had it sitting there for years apparently. So again, hasn't been powered up. I'm not going to power it up yet. I want to open up and have a look, see if there's anything obviously wrong inside, and go from there. Also, I want to try and do video on it. So I need to make sure I don't forget to record. Spiders inside. Well, I hope not. The covers are half. Well, they're loose. The screws aren't done up tight, so they're half off. So I don't know. Send the spiders to Paul. He won't mind them. Why is this not coming up? Wait for my monitor to turn on. I've turned on my recording camera, but it's not coming up on the monitor. And my camera's turning on and off. That's interesting. It's almost like it crashed. Strange. Isn't it therefore? Resistors due on Monday. Nice. Rob's never looked inside it. Cool. Line filter and refers most likely. Yeah. We'll find out. So I'm going to be recording a video at the same time to do a repair video. Potentially. Sorry what I've forgotten. I'm bound to have forgotten something. Or lots of stuff. I'm not really sure. I'll figure out where I'm going to put this because it's kind of in a way we'll put it. Stay there, I think. Right. Where's the record button? Here it is. So I've been given this scope by Rob, Tablet Technologies, who does the Siglent dealership here in New Zealand. He gave me this. He's had it sitting around for years. Never powered it up, I don't think. And he gave it to me as a project. He thought it might be interested in doing this as a repair project and maybe restoring it and getting it going again. You know, potentially could do that. He may be able to just turn it on. It will work. I don't know yet. But the first thing I need to do is pull it apart and actually have a look inside, see what the story is inside it, see if it's even intact. Got no idea. The screws on it, a lot of the screws are actually loose. They're not, and they're not all the same. Some of these are slightly different, like they've been replaced. This one's only like barely in. So someone's been in at some point. So I need to open it up, see what's going on inside, and then we'll potentially power it up if visually it looks okay. There could be magic smoke involved. In fact, there's quite high potential magic smoke because it's probably got a reefer capacitor in there somewhere, and maybe a mains filter could also go. This kind of era, those are things which went. So we'll see. It could be exciting. It could be smoke. So I'm going to improve your... Now I've got this arm on here, but unfortunately it's a little bit long. Anyway, we'll see how we go with that. So the first thing is to get the cover off and see what we're dealing with inside. See what's living inside it for a start. So it's been sitting in a shed for like 10 years apparently, and it was much dirtier on the front there. I spent a while cleaning up the front panel there just to get it a bit more pleasant to use. So it has been sitting around unused for a very long time. So I don't know what we're going to get. We might pull this off and find things come crawling out at us. I really hope not. I'm not good with bugs. There are some cobwebs in there. So something has definitely got in it. So you've got some cobwebs all around here in this section, up the top, down the bottom here. Yeah, so something's been living in there. Hopefully it's dead. Hopefully it's gone. Right, let's take the bottom cover off. I might have to vacuum this just to give it a bit of a clean up. The screw feels almost like it's stripped. There we go. Yes. That thread's a bit damaged, I think. That screw wasn't pushing out. I'm kind of pulling it, but anything else. Right. Don't think that was the right screw. I think it's smaller. I think it's a metric screw in an imperial hole. You ready for the screen when I take this one off? Okay. Much the same as the other side, there's a few cobwebs. The same sort of cobwebs, so I might just give this a quick vacuum just to make it a bit less scary to deal with. And I'll come back. Just have me a bit of a look around, see if I can see anything before I disturb it in case I accidentally vacuum up a capacitor or something. Or some parts would hang off a circuit board. Not seeing anything obviously wrong. That's a good sign. There's no mains filter. Well, no Schaefer ones anyway. And reefer caps, I don't see any. There's a little cover here, might be underneath that cover. Well, I'm not seeing anything physically wrong there. You've got a high voltage supply, something here. No cushion. So I've got a box here for a high voltage supply. Now, since this has been powered on for many, many months or years, let's open this up, have a look inside, see what's inside this box. I haven't had a quick look around, I haven't vacuumed it yet, but I just want to visually inspect it in case there's parts hanging off the circuit board or something like that and I accidentally dislodge something and vacuum it up without even realising it. But I just want to sort of see what's around. But I think there's cobwebs, but there's no sign of actual spider. So I think the spider's gone. This cover is the high voltage section. I just want to try and see inside here if I can, whilst it's not been powered. The tricky thing is getting this cover off it, the same. And now I've got it stuck. It's probably like a trick to getting this off. There we go. Right. Nothing inside that cover. Still looking for bugs. There's a fuse there. Let's quickly check that fuse while I'm thinking about it. It looks okay, but you never quite know. Fuse is fine. There's a tantalum cap there, wet tantalum. That's probably fine. They really fail. There's a electrolytic. So yeah, I think I'll vacuum this out now, get this cleaned up so I can work on it. Eight legs equals operational amplifier. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to get the vacuum cleaner out. This will get noisy in trade, obviously, because it's a vacuum cleaner. think I might need the nozzle attachment actually. Get the narrow nozzle. Right, that's the cobwebs out of the way. Let's get this out of the way again. Okay. Now, what I did to see is this. Oh, CHP badge fell off. Yeah, the HP badge fell off. How's that? Literally just fell off. How's... Wow, it lasted all that time and it just fell off then. Wow. That's going back on again before I lose it. Hey, full wave, how's it going? Put a bridge in and can check voltages, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I've got to familiarise myself with this, but I think I need to glue this badge back on again before I do anything. Because I don't want to lose that. Wasn't too bad, just some cobwebs, you know, and I'm not a bug person. I don't deal with bugs too well. So yeah, it wasn't really going to be a good thing if there's bugs. Thankfully there was no bugs that I could see, so it didn't involve me screaming and sort of reading away in terror. Not quite that bad, but yeah. Right, HP badge is back on. I think I put it right way up. I did. Excellent. Okay. So, how am I going to attack this thing? I'm tempted just to power it up as is and see what happens, right? There's a tantalum cap here I can check. There's electrolytic here. We've got some electrolytics on the top. There's not actually that many of them, so I could just quickly check those caps, see if they look like they're alright. We've got these cable ties which are broken. Or cut, I'm not quite sure which. I don't know why they're not intact anymore and there's no bits inside it, so I don't know. Yeah. So it does have a... Yeah, I think it's this piece here. That's what I've got to pull out, eh? That one that links the cards together. Yeah. So, I'll explain this on camera. So I vacuumed it all out and it's looking okay. The HP badge fell off. I just had to glue that back on again. Now, I can't see anything visually wrong. It's just got a few capacitors around the place which I might just check. But someone's been in here. Obviously, all the screws being off, so something's probably wrong with it at some point. You've got these cable ties which go around these capacitors, which are basically, well, they're broken, disintegrated. They're gone. I mean, these are really old. So I think I might check some capacitors. We've got a bridge rectifier down here I can see as well, or a few bridges of them. Now, these round bridge rectifiers, try and get a better shot. Try and get you guys a better shot. So these round bridge rectifiers here, these are always a prime suspect. I've come across these multiple times and have been failed. Right? The current carrying capacity isn't that great, and it doesn't take much of an overload usually to blow one up and make it short. So one of my suspicions is these rectifiers. It could be one of these bridges which are giving you trouble. Certainly possible. So that's one of my prime considerations, that those could be bad. And unfortunately, to detect those, I think I might take the whole circuit board out, which doesn't look that hard. It looks like it basically all plugs in. And I may not even have to take all of it off. I basically I've got to stand it up so I can check the back of them, because I can't really reach the front of them very well. We'll probably get to some of them. I may not be able to clearly see what I'm doing though. From the back it'll be a lot easier. So I'll check capacitors. Now, one of the things is I've got, this is quite a good, nice design feature, is over here. This is board here. This actually links all of the boards together. So you can unplug that board and it disconnects this board from this one. The main power supply, which actually comes through this board, it connects onto it. So there's a connector there. So when you unplug that board, it disconnects the power supply from everything. So you can check the power supply standalone without risking damaging the rest of the scope if something's wrong with the power supply. So that's quite nice. It's a nice little design feature. And I guess it is mainly done for convenience of connecting the boards up, because obviously the structures, 3D structures, are a bit hard to deal with. So it's actually quite nice to done that. It could even be there's a bad connection on that board. Now I'm kind of half tempted to power it up as it is, but as the screws have been out and someone's been in it, there's probably a sign that something is wrong with it, and they couldn't fix it at the time, or they didn't know how to fix it at the time. So I'm kind of in two minds about how I handle this. I could either try it as is and see what's actually wrong with it and diagnose from there, or just try some basic, throwing capacitors at a wall sort of thing. Or I could try and do it in a logical step-by-step sequence without actually knowing what's wrong with it. Two approaches I could take. I could take the cautious approach where I'm really careful about what I do, or I could just turn the thing on and see what goes bang. I don't know. It's a tough call. Read the chat. I'm calling it a fix now. Was it? Well, I've glued the logo back on the front, so I fixed some things, so therefore it's a fix. Yeah, you have to be careful about vacuum cleaners and around electronics. You have to be careful about that. I wasn't actually really touching anything. I was just sucking around it. Only really on the edges I was sucking. You have to be careful because they do actually build up static electricity. So you have to be careful about using electronics with a vacuum cleaner. Well, vacuum cleaner on electronics. You can be careful about that. It can be problematic. It's something you really do need to consider. Mainly if you've got like one of those brush attachments. If you're actually using a brush over it, yeah, you have to be careful. Cats look pregnant. Oh, no. Visually, I can't see anything wrong. Now, one thing I would need to find is the service manual for this. I think Rob gave it to me, actually. I think I've got a copy of it. I think Rob gave it to me. If not, I'm sure it's easy enough to find. Which will tell me the voltages I'm supposed to find at various points. So, another thing is that pulling that board doesn't pull all the supplies. Because it's still got this vertical riser here which goes to the high voltage section. So even if I do pull that linking board, it only disconnects 3/4 of it. This back section will still be powered, and this is the dangerous bit, the non-touchy bit. I'll do some capacitor testing first, and we'll go from there, and just make a decision when I get to it. One thing we've got here is this pot, which goes right through there. Okay. Now, what I'm expecting half the problem to be on this thing is actually going to be dirty contacts. I'm expecting most of the problem to be dirty connections because it's old and there's just so many switches. So I'm actually expecting switches to need cleaning and things like that, and reseating of circuit boards, and that may be what it requires. Put everything off the desk, that's great. Why was I quite long enough? No work. Okay. Can you guys see that maybe? Oh, should I zoom this camera in? I've got a zoomer. This zoom. Oh, that's a bit too much, isn't it? Maybe. Try that, shall we? Alright, let's just check capacitors and stuff in here, and we'll see what we're getting in this region. There's not much in here to check, but this is the high voltage section, so I kind of want to check it before I put the cover back on again. So I want to put the cover on before I power it. This is tantalum. Yeah, okay, that doesn't look too bad. 0.6 ohms. Can't see a value. I can't tell you what that one is. This one here, I can't quite see what that is either. I'll find out. I slipped as it's testing. Do it again. Okay, 1 microfarad, 10 ohms. So that one straight away is looking a bit dodgy. But this board is wobbling around, but that's because the screw which normally holds the cover on also bolts that board down. So I'm not worried about that. And also some smaller caps in here too. Let's look at these. I can do this without blocking the camera. 3.2 ohms, 18 microfarad. 3.3. Another one here. So yeah, well, I mean, there's really small caps. I'm not worried about that resistance. I think that's a poly cap anyway. They're quite small. I think only one of those is actually tantalum. I think two of them are tantalums. I think one's a poly. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that. That one there I'm worried about. And he gave you what, 1 microfarad, wasn't it? I can't see a value. Unfortunately, it's underneath it. I can't see that. So that's that side. Flip it over. Check the other side out. Yes, it's actually designed for in-circuit testing. So it actually works really well for doing in-circuit. It's not 100%, but it gives you a good indication. You always have to allow for the fact that you've got circuitry in there. I think it uses 1 kilohertz for testing, remember rightly? So yeah, you have to be mindful that it is limited. But if you see a high resistance, then you know it's going to be a high resistance. If you see a low resistance, well, you know, it may still be faulty in circuit. .7, 0.6, 0.7, 1.7. Let's try again with a better connection. Wasn't poking it. Come on. No, I'm struggling to read that one. Let me try again. .4, a bit higher. That one's a bit concerning. 1. Actually, that's a tantalum, so that might be alright. I do tend to read a bit higher. That's 1. Okay. Right, let's check these ones out. .18, that looks fine. 3,961. It's basically 3,500, so that's right. Should be recording this. I probably should record some of this. So I'm going around checking some of these caps and they're looking basically okay. There's one I found on a high voltage section I was worried about. Still checking these ones out yet. 5.5, that's pointed at 5.3. Resistance is okay. Only found a couple I'm a bit suspicious of. 7.6, that's 6,000, that's very high. So that's 1,600 microfarad bigger. That could be a sign of a problem. It's dated 1979. Give you some idea. Nice bit more. 49, 514. It's rated to 500. $59, and that is rated at 50, I think. I think that's 50. 225 volt DC, 1978. So the caps on this board look okay. Nothing obviously bad, right? Nothing particularly standing out as being horrendously gone. But there's one on the high voltage board I was looking at, which I think could be a problem. Which is this one just here. That one there was measuring quite high, so that could be a problem. That one there. Yeah, I reckon I can probably power it, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, the peak electronic stuff is actually quite good. I used to use the DER 5000 in circuit, and that would give you a good indication. But I run at 100 Hz on that thing, so in circuit it was very unreliable. Whereas this will do in circuit much better. So I can go through in circuit and check with this, and I've got a fair idea whether it's going to be alright or not. Obviously, it's not 100%. Nothing's ever 100% until you take the part out, but I can go over a circuit with this and go, yeah, okay, it's probably alright. Caps in parallel? I don't think so. I would have seen a higher capacitance value if the cap was in parallel. I think they're individual rails. Yeah, I mean, Peak's good. They actually make good equipment. They've got a whole range of stuff. Like the other thing I've got here for Peak is the xenodiode tester, which you can see on camera. I'm kind of off. Yeah, down a bit. So I've got the xenodiode tester. I've got the SCR tester. Now, some of these things I got off them for free. They sent them to me for review. So some of these things I've actually purchased myself. DCA 75. I also have another version. This is a Pro version, DCA 75 Pro. They've got another one, the DCA 50, I think it is. That's sat in my other room. So I've actually got a few more than this. I've actually got a few more things in this. So that was Jeremy, I think it was the curator. I think it was Jeremy, and he sent me these things before. So yeah, good place to deal with. They have support if you need to get it retested or repaired. You can send it back and they'll repair it for you. So they actually do that sort of stuff, and they have spare parts. So try getting spare parts from DR 5000 if something goes wrong with it, or get it fixed. Whereas these, you can send them back. I even do calibration checks up for me too, and update firmware. They'll do that for you as well if they can. Depends on the hardware version, but they do have some hardware revisions from like partial issues. They did some revisions on some of the equipment, so depends on what you can do. But the repairs, firmware updates, stuff like that. So these are well supported. So if you're looking at a tester like this, is the ESR meters. They also do LCR meters as well. I've got those too. Then you definitely want to consider. I mean, yes, that they are a bit on the higher side of the pricing compared to what you get from China, but from China you get no support. Whereas these, you do get support if you need it. Peak 50 kHz, was it? Yeah, I don't remember what it was. And Kim's used it a lot as well. She likes it too. So yeah, the Xena tester. They got a range of different products they make. So yeah. So definitely consider them. I mean, yes, they're pricier, but I think in this situation, you get what you pay for. So let's pop this board here off. I mean, I don't know, I'm still tempted just to power it and see what we get. Let's pull the service manual up and let's see what I can look for voltages over here. And it is very washed out, isn't it? Why is it so washed out? It isn't liking that, is it? I think it's like a reflection. Being slightly further away probably helps it, actually. Yeah, this is a Hikvision camera, and they're quite good for apart from bright light. I like it. You did quite well there with that matrix, didn't you, Ian? The only thing is, it's being desktop. It's also physically large, but then I've got an LCR made on my bench, but it's also a lot bigger than that. Okay, now HP manuals. Let's have a look. Yeah, let's change cameras while I'm sitting here like this. HP. One day I should publish this list of things I've got here. Although I think I'll have to be careful because I've got things in here which I think might be things in here which I can't share. I have to look at this, but I've got like a folder with everything I've ever captured. No. 7040. Okay. We'll chuck this up here. So this is what I've got for it. I'm guessing I want to look at... Oh, it's only small. It's not that one. That's the biggest thing, so let's look at that one. Operating service manual. Here we go. So I need to find the power supply section, which is usually right at the end somewhere. This is like changes. I'm not interested in the changes part. Go. Power supply. Unfortunately, it's split across multiple pages, which is always inconvenient. Look up suspect cap. Yeah, well, I've got to find a high voltage section for that, which I think will be shown as a separate supply board, potentially. I don't know which board it is. That's the high voltage board. A15. Okay. So let's look here. Oh, let's open this properly. So this is whatever page that is. God, what page is that? I don't know. That's useful. Let's open it properly because I'm just doing like a preview. Let's open it all the way. And bring it all the way down to about there somewhere. Here we go. Yeah, there it is. Is it C3 or C13? Third component down. C3. So it's C3. on the A15 board, so which won't be there. C3. Well, this is the board. Now it's got to find a part. Oh. There's C2. L3. Am I going blind, or is it not on that circuit? Oh, it's C3. 1 microfarad, which is what I measured. But the resistance was a bit higher than I thought it should be, so that is one I'm suspicious of. So it's got the right value, but the ESR was a bit higher than I thought it should be. So it's intensity control, smoothing and intensity control. So if you have issues with intensity, that's a capacitor we should definitely be looking at. So not too critical. Yeah, 120 volt rail though. And it comes out this side somewhere. That's what I don't like about these split bloody diagrams. So middle, second one down, comes through here. Grid control. TP2. So yeah. So if you have issues with that, maybe it'll be a clue for saying instability on that or something like that. But it doesn't look like it's particularly critical. Right, what I want to do is go back up to the main power supply circuit diagram and see what voltage is supposed to be getting off these different connectors. Well, off this connector. It's got one connector which does everything. So you've got off-board MOSFETs, well, not MOSFETs, transistors. Pass transistors. Those are all on the back panel, which have got those little connectors go onto the pins. I don't know if you saw that or not. So lots of discrete supply rails there. But these are all the diodes you need to check. Look at them all. So yes. So which one measured particularly high? 5,300. I think it was that one there, which was a lot higher, wasn't it? The other thing is measuring those big caps meant there are no short circuits apparent, right? So because there's no short circuits apparent, there's a chance those bridges are actually okay. Anyway, I need to figure out where I'm going to test power supply rails and how I'm going to test power supply rails. So we've got plus and minus, well, we've got plus 15, plus 5, minus 15, ground. Another ground there, it's like the grounds are shared, not isolated. Another plus 15 there, and there's a plus 15 unregulated, which means there's plus 22 here. So I should be seeing a plus 22 or so. There's a 120 volt as well, which is passing through. Well, it's going to those two boards. Right. Interesting, there's no ground supplied through those. That's strange. I thought there'd be a ground supplied across them. Also a reference supply rail. So let's go to the top one that comes across here. So I want to see what its ground reference is based on, in case it's an isolated supply. Again, I don't like the way it jumps across. This one here, negative side there. Comes through here. Yeah, ground reference. So everything's ground reference at the same point. There's no isolation grounds. I just like everything's joined together. Nothing special. Oh, Dave did one, did he? Oh, okay. Don't think I've seen that. Must have been a while ago. Oh, okay, so there might be a marked on the board. No, I didn't see it marked on the board, but maybe there is. Maybe it's visible when I pulled the jumper off. So I've got an idea what I'm looking for anyway. So I've got several voltages here. Got some high voltage stuff, so I've got to be careful about touching shit here. But we've got plus or minus 15, 5 volt, 22 volts, 120 volts, 43 ground. So there's a ground connection there. There we go. And some other bits and pieces. So some of these look like they link just between those two boards. That's joining them together, so that doesn't matter. So it's not too bad. So I'll pull that jumper link off and I'll power it up and see what happens if it goes bang. The amount of reflection, that's definitely, look at that, it's awful. I can bring that down a bit in the settings in OBS. Still do the same with that. That's quite awful. Let's have a look. No, that's not helping at all, it would seem. I know there's filters in here I can use, but I'm just trying to figure out how to actually use the damn thing, so I don't tend to use them. Let's keep looking. That's not what I want either, I think. No. No. You have to bear with me a second. I'm trying to make this bloody picture a bit better for you if I can. If I can figure out how to do it. It seems I can't figure out how to do it. There must be a way of doing this, surely. No. Don't know. I don't know. You might have to live with it. I can't see how to do this. At least not obvious. I'm probably missing something really stupid. There must be a way of adjusting this bloody... Transforms... No. No. No, I can't see how to do it. There must be a way of doing it. Block the light. Well, the thing is, I want to record the other camera, right? So, if I turn the lights off, you better see better. But then my camera, which I want to record the video with, won't be able to. So the only way I can really deal with this is to go to this and let you guys use that camera, which I'm recording from. Right. Which is how I've done it in the past. So I might just go with that. I just want to give you guys an overview, you know, so it's... do I do that? Well, that's kind of ugly. No, I think I must stick with that one. There you go. Alright. Also, I do things like this. You know, if you're not looking through this camera, you don't like fall off your chair. So there's the voltage markings on that board there. So on the back of the board, you've got the various voltage markings, which is annoying because I want to actually unplug this board. Maybe I'll just leave it plugged in and just test. I'm inclined to do that and just poke around and hope for the best. Okay, let's get something out from here. I put it over this side. I think I put it over this side. The other thing is I've got to find out where the power button is on the front panel. Where the hell is that? I haven't looked at that yet. Power button, where is it? Power. Line, there we go. Line. Should probably make sure the controls aren't set to stupid places. Brightness. Let's focus. Where's intensity? Where's the intensity control? No, hold on. Intensity is that one. Right, turn that down. I don't want to burn the screen in if I can't see what's going on. Now what I'm going to do on here, I'm going to do DC and AC measurement, so you can see ripple at the same time. This is why I chose this particular meter. IEC connection is broken, but it's a simple one, so it's easy to fix. I've got some of those. Right. I want to get that in shot if I can. Okay, we're just about ready to try this. First thing is to power it up and see what smoke comes out of it. I've got the hoppy meter over here ready to show display, see what kind of current. I've got the power switch turned on, so it will power up straight away. Or should I turn it off first? Maybe I should turn it off first and see what's going on with the power supply without power being applied to the main unit. Where's that switch gone? I've lost it. Okay. Power switch is off. I'll do that first. I'll just do a power up without the switch being on. So it's only power supply. Maybe it maybe have some standby stuff going on there. I'm not sure. I doubt it. I think it might be completely off, but we'll find out. Just turn it on. No power draw whatsoever. Okay. Let's turn the switch back on again. And hope you got your fingers crossed. I better double check the line voltage, make sure it's definitely right. It's set to 240 volt. Okay. Safety squints in action. It's drawing 54 watts, which isn't too bad. Okay. Now I'm hoping I can just shove this somewhere where there's a ground point. Maybe I can shove it in there maybe. Is that going to work? Let's see if I've got anything over here. No, so that's not going to work. So I need a better ground point than that. Maybe there. There we go. Ground point. So that's the. Let's go left to right. 121 volts. No ripple to speak of. Minus 15 it should be. It is. No ripple. Plus 15. No ripple. Very slightly down compared to the rest, but not too bad. Plus 5. It's looking right. We've got some other stuff which doesn't matter. We've got some more up here which I think, I don't know if they're separate supplies or not. We're going to check them anyway. Minus 15 again. Plus 15 again. Plus 5 again. It could be the same rails. I just want to check them just to be sure. And that is all the ones that's marked on there. Now I know there was some like 43s and stuff like that, which I'm not going to check. They are, I think, on the high voltage side, down the other side there. But it looks like it's basically okay, and there's no smoke so far. Wonder what's happening in the front panel. Let's turn this around and have a look. The high voltage section is uncovered. I left the shield off. Now it's upside down, so you know, bear that in mind. I did just turn the beam intensity down. There's nothing showing up. Beam find. There's the beam over there. So get that over. Intensity is working. It is drifting. That's interesting. Okay. Right. But there's no sign of a sweep. I may have an issue with something. I don't know. We'll have to play with the controls. See what it comes up with. There's a equipment up there. Alright. Time division. Just stick it sort of midway. Sweeps and cowl. Trigger hold off. Nothing there. We'll turn it off. Internal. Positive going. AC. Sweep after delay auto. No. Main sweep. Right. That's on ground. AC. Now this one's got the lever missing. That's cowl position. So what position is that in? That appears to be in a DC position. Not sure. Is it all spun around? Yeah, it's in the DC position. A, B, chop, no. No bandwidth limit, no inversion. So I don't see a sweep. Scale elimination works, although it's a bit dirty. I'll leave it turned down for now because it makes it harder to see. So there's no sweep. Not that I can see. That's internal trigger. So there's nothing apparently happening. Yeah. Okay. So it's not going to be an easy one. Oh, I don't know where to start. I need to think about this. Big novice time base, yeah, these I did try to change that one, and nothing happened. So it's not showing anything. You expect to see a line on the screen, wouldn't you? mean, that on there is eliminated slightly by this reset button. I've got no idea what that does. I think that's really for like single sweep, was it? I don't know. Yeah, it looks like it's not sweeping. Because I mean, there is a beam, there is high voltage. Oh, I've got that there. I'll do that way. There's something there. But that's only when I've got the beam find on. Turn the brown one. And yep, nothing obviously changing there. Beam find's doing something. There it is anyway. I don't know. There is something happening. Till you do these switches. I think it's 30 switches. Look at that. See, it's kind of. There you go. Now it's wanting to kind of do it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with how to use this bloody thing at all. But yeah, I mean, now I've got it doing something, and it's wanting to do something. Yeah, I mean, there's something going on, but just jogging this is making it behave differently. But I shouldn't have to push the beam find to do that. Mag is not turned on. Yeah, I'm thinking I should just clean the switches and just start with that. That's really where I'm thinking I should just go through and put some clean all the switches and try and, like, with these circuit boards I've got edge connectors, just try and juggle them around a little bit and try and get things to freshen connectors up. Things like that, and just try and get things to behave in that way. Just refresh connections. Yes, I've turned the power off, but there's still a chance I'm going to get zapped by touching something. So when I was doing this one, it's jumping around a lot, which is a switch in the back here. So I was messing around with the time-based stuff, and that's this board just here. I also want to spray some cleaner on this to try and clean the switch contacts up, because it's basically onto the PCB. I did the same for the other one because it was sort of glitching a bit when I was moving it. So I'm going to clean all the switches up on this and see if I can get some kind of life out of it apart from just what I get from pushing the beam find. I'm also going to try and resequence it and stuff like that. But I've already turned the power off, but it'll probably hold power for quite a while since there's big caps in here. But that's what I'm going to do now. Just going to do a blanket clean up, just clean all the switches, blindly clean everything, and see if anything changes. .40 beam side switch, oh okay. Alright, well, let's get some deoxit. And we'll start getting in here and cleaning stuff. So it's on the PCB itself, so it's an interesting setup. Basically I'm going to run it down it and then operate it. So all these boards plug into each other, so I want to kind of reseat those two. But this is going to be a long process of me cleaning switches on it, because there's a lot of them. Yeah, I was going to clean those as well. I was going to reseat the board if I could. I was moving around just now, but yeah. Things dripping everywhere, so where I want it to go. I think I've got more on a disc than I have anywhere else. I think coating it in deoxit is not great either, but that's what we've got. This one I can't move much because it's got the switch on it. A little bit of movement in it, but not much. It's got the switch shaft. Gives me a bit of play, but not much. Okay. Switch the phone, dinner is served. Okay. Okay, Dave, thanks for dropping by. Catch you later. So it's kind of cleaned, I think. I'm going to kind of just go from one side to the other and see what we get. I've also got pots down here as well. There's what's that one there? It's the power switch, isn't it? That's the power switch. Yeah. Down there. What's that one there? That's the beam frying switch. I might spray some in that too. Jeez, got deoxit dripping out the can. It's not what I want. It's going bloody everywhere, apart from down the tube. It's going with this. What a mess it's made. It's all everywhere. Not where I want it to go. So it's not cheap either. I'll throw that away. Nice. I'm going to bring out the bits of paper and just sort of trip it back into them. Yeah. Bloody hell. This tube's being problematic. Right. There's also a potentiometer there, so I need to use the right deoxit for that one. Got a fader. Now it's just the high voltage section, which was energized before, so it could be a bit high voltage in here. So we'll see what happens. If I suddenly jump backwards, you know what's going on. It's like a little cover over that. Shield it. Let's try and get some in here. Right. Yes, this is a bit boring, this bit, I'm afraid. Trying to clean everything. It's not exactly thrilling, but you know, sometimes that's the way it is, isn't it? There's a pot here and a pot there. Some of these are a case of spray on, hope it will get in. I shall do this one. I'll go the other way. Look. Got those switches down there to get. I don't know. This may or may not do anything, but I mean, you can almost guarantee these switches need cleaning after all this time anyway. Yeah, I'm trying to keep the other one out of the pots, so I've got the fader one for use in the pots. I think you can sort of get away with using the fader or anything else, but you can't do it the other way around. Yeah, high voltage section, exactly, yes. I mean, it could be interesting and, you know, keeps us all entertained for hours, I don't know. Got some more switches here I need to get to. Who are they? That side. Did I do those yet? No, I don't think I did that. I did all the top ones. I don't think I got to those ones. Right. And okay, a lot of this other stuff is also hidden out of the way. I've got another fader here. Let's put some there. Some of the stuff's a bit hard to get to. Because it's all behind shields and stuff. Right. Get to those switches. I'll try it again soon. And what could actually happen is, because I've got this deoxit everywhere, it could actually go bang. Dripping bloody deoxit everywhere. This can's leaking really badly. Had a faulty sweep, had horizontal plate bipolar dead and dry joints. Okay. I mean, it could well be that there's something much more advanced than just some dirty switches. It's quite likely, but for that I actually have to analyse it a bit more and figure out the circuitry in a more precise way than I currently have. I didn't actually sit down and read the manual kind of thing. I think clean switches is a good start to go anyway. Good starting position. But then also part of this is me figuring out how to use the damn thing, because I'm not exactly that familiar with analog scopes anymore. Been a long time since I've used an analog scope. Anyway, I think I've got most of these controls done now. Not all of them, but quite a few. Some I can't get to without taking boards out. If I take this board out, then I can get to these other ones underneath here. I think I've kind of reached the limits of what I can actually do with this. Reseat connectors. Let's just reseat the wire plugs on these regulators. Make sure they're all good. Although it did test okay anyway. Let's reseat this. Again, even though it tested okay, maybe it's got a dodgy connection to one of the boards. I'm trying to be careful what I'm touching here because it was high voltage before. Let's put some in here. There's the old connections, but yeah, it's dripping everywhere. Well, I should use the thing upside down. I'm done with it. Wow, this is just disgusting. Well, yes, I mean, you have to read the manual, yes. That's what I should be doing. But it involves sitting down and actually reading the manual. And that's the problem with that particular solution, is that it involves sitting down and reading the manual. So we'll try and get this plugs back on again. Well, I mean, I've cleaned a lot of it, but not all of it. Well, it's not really cleaning, is it? It's just lubricating and hoping for the best, isn't it? It's not really cleaning, spraying stuff on it. Just trying to refresh connections or maybe. It's all to being a pain to get back on. Why is it being so hard to get back on? That's typically lining up. I think it's just a pain to get back on. Oh, there's another board here, which I may be able to do something with. Yep. Got deoxit all over my bench. Don't touch in there. Right, I think that's the extent of the spraying everywhere. See if there's anything else I can get to. Oh, is that switches there? It is switches there. I can just get to those ones. I think that's what they are. Get a torch. Yeah, that's the back of the other switches. Great, so I can actually get to those ones as well. I'll spray those too then. Let's see if I can get it to actually come out of the can instead of going everywhere else. Don't understand what's being such a pain today. It's going bloody everywhere. I think I should just give up on this nozzle. Might nick this one if I can get it off. stole a nozzle for something else. Let's see if this will work. What seems to be doing. Right. Now see the work. Okay. I think it's kind of all I can do. I think that's all I can do. Yeah, very expensive bench cleaner, I'll tell you. I'll sort that mess out later on as far as the nozzles go. I'm trying to find something better. Okay. And I've just gone blind, don't worry. It'll hopefully come back. There we go. Everywhere. Right, set of controls again. Display A and B, alternating. That one? I don't know. Position. I didn't try, did I? Vertical positions? No, but then I've got the rangefinder up there, so that should be right. Okay. Positive. DC, AC, yep. Internal. No ejections, that's all out. Normal sweep. Auto sweep. Not delayed. Mixed. Yeah, okay, delay sweep, maybe. I think we're kind of ready to try it. I think I've got the settings about right. I could be wrong. Let's give it a go. Of course, this could explode because I've got dioxide everywhere. Could turn into a big ball of flame. Definitely got to record this. So I've just been going through with dioxide and trying to clean up all the switches and the pots and stuff, all the stuff I can get to anyway. I can't quite get to everything. I think these two switches here I couldn't get to, and that trimmer there I couldn't get to, and these ones here, they'll kind of tucked out the way. But I think I can get to everything else. So I don't know if I have this set up right or not. Maybe I do. I guess we'll find out. Let's turn the power on and see if it goes bang in my face. It could do. I'll put a power switch on here. That's not it. That one there. And are you ready? $55 watts, 54 watts, 53, 54. Yep. Okay, so that's about the same as it was before. Beam find is over there. Reset is flickering. That's actually flickering. I didn't see it flickering before. Do I know what I'm doing? Hell no. But before we're getting all sorts of glitchy behaviour when I was turning this, and it's not doing that now. So that's something. So we've got pulsing here. So I think that's basically like the trigger. Yeah, so I think it's trying to do it, but it's not coming up on screen. Unless I'm using it wrong, which is possible. So let's go. Should I try injecting a voltage into this and see if anything comes up? You never know. Maybe it's just because I'm not injecting anything and it's not as obvious. It's possible. Let's put something into it. What have you missed? No, nothing. Am I using a main time base or not? I mean, that is the main. That is the main time base. Am I missing something here? Main? That one. Well, it's doing that. Well, that's doing that much. Okay. I might show that. So I'll just push this switch in because that's the one it should be on. And I'll do the beam find now. You can see it's doing something. And as I change the sweep here, that is indeed changing. Before that is glitching everywhere. So that is definitely, that part is at least working. Turn the intensity down a bit. Alright. So something's happening. Gary Ramsay, eh? How's it going? I shall do that. Yep. What am I missing here? Positions. Horizontal positions. No. And fine. Nope. Channel A. That's the cow position. It just isn't there, is it? Unless I'm doing this. Well, I'll turn it all the way up with no sweep. I don't know, actually, maybe I'm seeing something there now, actually. My lighting's not doing us any favours. I'm seeing something here. Can you just see that on screen? So I was cranking intensity all the way up. I can just see something on screen. Let me just show you this, but it's really faint. See, there is an artifact on screen there. But only with the intensity turned right up, and changing these is having no effect. So changing this controller is changing that sweep. You can just see something here. I'm not sure what's going on there. I think that matters anyway. It's not on delay right now. the normal sweeper stops. Auto sweep. So there's something happening, but I don't know what's going on there. Interesting. Input coupling the ground. Yeah, we can do that. No difference on that one. No difference on that one. No. Nothing's changing there. Yeah, it's just like it's an artifact of it's when it's being blanked. It's like the blanking is maybe not completely shutting off. Yeah, maybe it's just nothing. Yeah, so it is actually sweeping, but there's nothing coming up. So the focus is working. I'll show you that. All right. So yeah, I think that is purely the blanking is. Yeah, so it's doing something. Let's put the signal into it. Let's see. What do I want to do on here? I don't want to do that. Let's do 10 hertz at 1 volt IMS. I've heard a couple of little cracks now. I had one before when I first turned the signal generator on. I just heard another little crack just then, which is interesting. 1 volt RMS. Output on, that'll help. Fortunately my lighting drowns it out. There you go, that's on now. Right. So we have an output. Turn the intensity up again. There's nothing showing up there, is there? Should be using that one, but let's do them anyway. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. So there's nothing coming up. Oh, I've still got on ground. Hold on, put it on there. That might help. Did a same on that one too, before I forget. There's no response at all to input. Let's try the other channel. Turn it right up. Still nothing there. Yep, there's just no life, is there? Apart from the fact I can see it sweeping in the background. I can get these little glitches sometimes. See that? Oh, what's that? Ooh, we've got something happening. There's something happening there on channel 2, right at the top of the screen. It looks like it's just completely off the top. That's interesting. There's something. So I have to play around with this for a little while. On channel B, I can get it right at the top of the screen. Even if I bring the position all the way down, right, bring it all the way down, I've barely got something on top of the screen. So that's really interesting. Let me just try channel A again. Yeah, this is not doing the same thing. I'm going to get in the occasional glitch. So it's like almost something there, but not quite. Yeah, so this one, I mean that's on AC as well. The DC input. Apart from the old glitch here or there. And this is one of the switches I couldn't actually clean. It's behind a cover. I probably could remove the cover, but this one I haven't cleaned. Let's go back to the other channel. And also, I'm injecting 1 volt RMS into this thing. So the fact it's barely even registering, even at like what's that on 20 millivolts division. That's 1 volt division here, I think. Yeah. So it's interesting the way it's not showing up unless I've got a really low level. Something's really out of whack there. Other way. So the magnification working. So that's sweeping across like that. Times 10 meg is working. Times 5. Disappeared. Play with these, if anything changes. I don't think it will. Yeah, I just don't know. It requires more investigation. Will it sweep faster? Yes, I think it will. I was doing it before, relative to that, so it will sweep faster. So it will show up here. Adjust the trigger. Maybe that one. No. Not sure what trigger it's actually using. Yeah. So it's definitely doing something. It's like almost doing it. It's like yes. So I go slower. I mean, it looks like the sweep is actually working. It's just the vertical scaling is off. Obviously there it's actually sinking or something. There we go. So there it's actually locked. So it is actually sweeping and it is locking onto the signal. I'm injecting a 10 Hertz signal right now, 1 volt RMS. So now what I can see is by having this turned right down, right, so it's all the way down, so I'm way off scale, I'm really overdriving the input. The same way I get anything on screen. And I can sweep and change where the sweep is, so you can see it's jumping across slowly like that, sweeping slowly. So there's flashes of each of the 10 Hertz pulses from this. You know, it's obviously 10 turns a second. So I chose 10 Hertz because it's nice and easy to see. And as it comes up, it will actually lock on, and if I get to the right spot, I'll get it on screen. Here we go, it's on screen there. And I should be able to move it sideways, and I can. So that's moving around. So it is sweeping, and it is tracking, and it is triggering. You just can't see it on screen. Yeah, so I mean this isn't responding right. It's moving on down a little bit. So there could be an issue with this control. It's only shifting very slightly. Don't forget though, I'm way out of range here, right, on the inputs here. So I don't know, is that going to be that far out? I mean, I don't know, let's put a smaller signal in. Let's go, stop overdriving it so much. 500 millivolts, that's now 400 millivolts of division. Bring it right down. Yeah, it's not really changing much. I'm on 5 millivolts of division there, and I'm putting in 300 millivolts. So I'm overdriving this thing by loads to try and get anything on screen. That's 400 millivolts right now. Yeah, I think there's some kind of vertical issue going on here. Yeah, well, the beam finder is working, right? So, and that has no effect on beam find. But I'm actually surprised it's not moving as much as it actually should be. And I can see it's dirty. I can see some noise in it, but yeah. And chop's coming down lower. Yeah, something's definitely not right with that vertical section. That requires some research. That's working better now. Before that was a bit glitchy. I gave that a clean. That seems to be behaving better now. So it looks like the cleaning I've been doing has worked. It's just this isn't right. Well, that's the thing. If this pot is bad, then it could be just throwing everything right up. But both channels are the same, all right? So, well, this channel is completely, it's even worse. Can't even see it. Yeah, so this one here I can't see at all. Turn intensity right up. That's just blanking stuff. So all we're seeing here is that sweeping is the blanking. Let's put the voltage right up again. Let's go 1 volt division again. And this channel isn't showing anything. It's only channel B which is showing anything at all. So that's a bit interesting. Put that back on AC. So exactly the same setup as channel B. And you're seeing your glitch here or there. And it's at the top. So I think it's off the top as well. So we're seeing glitches on the upper side. There we go. So we're seeing, look, there's that one there, because I've got it really fast now, so it should just be a line. It is kind of there. Don't know. Not quite sure what to make of that. It's not exactly the same both channels. There's a couple of things going on, I think. Negative offset. Okay, I've got a 2 volt negative DC offset. Turn it back up again so we can see a bit more. And get it set pulses so we can see roughly what the sweep is. There's little glitches. Do it back online again. There's nothing showing up with a 2 volt negative offset. This is the same thing on the other one. I mean, there's kind of a little bit of control there, but it just doesn't seem right. 5 volt negative offset, nothing happening. Let's do DC. It's like -7 volts there, and it's gone. So bring it back down again. So the DC offset doesn't seem to be making any difference whatsoever. So it's a positive 1 volt, 0 volts, -1 volt, -2, -3. It's like -5 volt DC, and we're getting a line just there. Yeah, that's just not doing it. Now I heard another little crack noise from the back of the scope there too. So I think there may be something showing out in the back there. But say it's a -5 volt offset, that should be doing something. It should be shifting it downwards on DC mode. I'll do the same on that side, DC mode. And see nothing. Volts of division, see nothing. So like this side is worse, unless I'm getting these glitches when I'm changing it. I think it almost had a sweep then. Oh, look at that. That's in between positions. It's probably not quite right. Because that's the sweeping, it's not actually seeing the waveform, because it's still doing a 10 Hz waveform. Yeah. So I think it's just because it's in between positions and it's not quite sitting right. So we'll do it again. Yeah. So I'm getting to some kind of glitch sweep, but not actually have a triggered sweep properly. Crystal oscillator, you reckon? Okay, I was trying to identify how it's behaving to try and narrow down what things I could be looking at. And so channel 2 is working better than channel 1, but they could both be doing the same thing. We are seeing a sweeping with the blanking. Right, so I'll turn it right up into the blanking. So the blanking's working. Is it that the blanking's not turning off properly maybe? But I don't think so. Not because of the channel 2 thing, and it's obviously the blanking's working for channel 2. Channel should be over there, shouldn't I? And recheck that. Maybe that's why it's glitching like that. Yeah. I'm just getting those glitches where it's trying to do the sweep up between switch positions. Yeah. So it's not, channel 1's basically not there. I was trying to get it to glitch. Yeah. So it's two different issues, I think. It's going to be a tricky one. I need to sit down and read the manual. I think I did try that. Did I? I tried it when I was doing beam find, actually. Yeah, I did try it on beam find, not the other one. Okay, let's try and glitch it again then. Come on. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. Offset negative. Do a negative offset, it disappears, go positive, it starts to come back. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. That's in between positions though, it's glitching. Let's change the frequency. Yep, the frequency's changing now. If I do 20 Hertz instead. Right, this is definitely interesting. Okay, let's record the video. So I'm playing around, I've got the switch in between two positions. It's in between, what, the 2 and, is that 6 volts, is it? 5 volts, it looks like a 6. 2 and 5 volts position, and I've got it glitching, and I was adjusting this, and as I wound it up, see it had nothing, and then as I wound it up, we started to get a waveform. Changing the position shouldn't affect the amplitude of the waveform. Now, the amplitude of the waveform is also being affected by the DC offset I'm putting onto it as well. So, right now I've got 0 volts offset. If I do -1 volt, the waveform gets smaller. -2 volts, it gets smaller. -3 volts, right? And this is just a DC offset. I'm on DC mode, but it's still a 20 Hertz signal riding on top of that waveform. So, and as I increase the voltage, can I bring this down now? Yeah, as I'm increasing the offset, the waveform's also getting bigger on here. So it looks like it's not responding properly to the negative side of the signal. So it's being pulled upwards. And there's no negative pull, if you know what I mean. So I don't know, am I getting that wrong back to front? But it seems very one-sided, so it is actually sweeping and do its thing. That's a weird behaviour. And you also see, I'm injecting a sine wave. So we should be seeing a sine wave on screen, and that's not what we're seeing. Change time bases. That's a funny looking sine wave, isn't it? But then we are in between positions, so I've got it to glitch to do this. If I go to a normal position again, nothing. So, yeah, that's interesting. It half works. Why defection plate, you reckon? Video control was doing something, but this is on channel A, not channel B. Channel B was off the top of the screen. But channel A, this control is working, but it's affecting the amplitude of the waveform, which it shouldn't be doing. But that's in between positions on the switch, don't forget, alright? So the switch is not in the right place. So it may be that it just happens to be controlling it in that certain way in that position. If it is in a normal switch position, I'd be, you know, okay, that's fine. But it wasn't in a switch position. It's in between positions. So it could well result in weird behaviour because we're not exactly using it the right way. I did AC input before. I'll try and glitch it again in the same position with AC input. And it's between 2 and 5, wasn't it? Can I glitch it? Still doing 20 Hertz, 0 volt offset. And now I can't seem to glitch it. To make it show up. Let's wind it up again. See to help it. No. So AC doesn't seem to do that little glitch which makes it show up. Only on the DC option does it do that. So it looks like the DC offset. I've got a 0 volt DC offset right now, so it shouldn't matter. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it should be showing something, but it's not. Yeah, at least we know the sweeps are working okay. So that's a vertical issue. And I'm still not trusting these controls because I couldn't get these two switches to clean them. I've done the knob on the back of this one. That control there I've done. I could get to that. Couldn't do the switch. So I'd like to get to those to clean those. But I don't think that's the problem because I'm pretty sure that I would have seen some kind of life. Even if it was dirty, I would have seen something on 1 or 2 switch positions. Not just like nothing for any of them. So I don't think the switch is an issue in this case. Right, so we've checked the main voltages coming in. We know they're right. Obviously the CRT sides are working, so we can ignore all that stuff. All the high voltage stuff. The focus works, the intensity works, so we can ignore that high voltage ball completely, I expect. I don't think we can have to worry about that one. Now, CRTs are something I don't have a lot of experience with. Done a little bit of stuff with it, but not a lot. So I'm not that knowledgeable about the intricacies of how they function. So that makes it a bit more complicated for me because I've got a bit of learning to do in the process. But it should just be a voltage which then deflects the beam based on the drive to the gate or the grid or whatever it is. So I haven't checked to make sure that the connector on the back of the CRT is plugged in properly. If that was a bit loose or dirty connection, maybe it'd affect the control, the actual beam direction. It might be throwing the beam off because it's not plugged in properly. It's possible. Could be dirty connection there. I'm not touching it right now because it will probably kill me. So that can wait for a while. Yeah. I think I need to sit down and read the manual and go from there and just see what I can glean from that. I need to go and get myself a drink and I'll be right back, and then I'll sit down at the computer. Right. Got myself a V. Wash my hands as well. Let's Let's have a look. Page 820 in the manual. Okay, I'm close to that. Let's go top screen. I think I'm close to that anyway, I'm not sure. So that's adjusting the unit. So beam fine goes to minus 15 volts. Okay. Also trying to understand the circuitry. Unfortunately, this is all breaking across different sheets, which is going to make it a bit harder to follow. We've got this single device here. Well, that's concerning. There might be the one I can see on the side. There's like a ceramic package on the side. This could be this. Alright, let's read the chat. Let's see what I've missed whilst I'm eating breakfast. So you're thinking transistors, Ian? Well, this mate's bigger. It's kind of what I'm thinking from this. Y alignment coil. Y align. Must be internal adjustment. Yeah. Maybe someone's played with that and shoved it away on sides, so shoved it up to the top of the screen. What if it's on the side? Yeah, well, there's on the side of the tube, there's a circuit board set up on the side, and that's got some discrete transistors and stuff on it, but it's also got what looks like a ceramic package, and I think that's what that block is with the transistors in it. I think it might be that. So I've got attenuators, we can ignore those for the time being, they appear to be working or doing something. Vertical preamp. Channel B, channel A. Just trying to understand the topology a little bit. Mm-hmm. This child's got a vertical centre. Okay. Yeah, it could be one of those resistors is bad or weak. It's possible. I will keep that in mind. Because that might be affecting both. I just want to get my head around this a little bit more first. Breakfast? Yeah, that was breakfast. Oh, that's almost lunch. It's 11 o'clock in the morning now. Got all these little manual adjustments everywhere. So I tried doing a magnification, and that didn't seem to change anything, did it? No, it didn't. Yep, 11 AM on a Sunday. What the lottery numbers? Yeah, 27, 15, 26, 5, 11, 17, and 23. Oh. If I get that right, you owe me some money. Be hilarious, wouldn't it? Right. Well, there's that little board I was seeing on the side. There's that little package just here. A5 board. Where do I see that? This is what I was thinking of. I'm not sure if it actually is that. It shows as A12. Okay, so it's not the same thing. A5 is indeed a vertical output though, which is on the side. Numbered star symbols are for the waveforms. Right, so you know where to check and what to get. Yep. Right. Let's stop scrolling. There we go. So this is where I'm suspecting, at least initially, is in this region here, being the vertical side. Now this plus 43 volts we didn't find because that was, I think, passing through. I didn't measure that voltage. I find Y deflection working backwards. Yep. I did see something before, which had that balance control between the two 15 volt rails. A5A1. Okay. Vertical plate control is here. Varies 5 volts to 30 volts with position control. Right, so that's something I should probably find. And you also got this one here. So there's 2 of them. Are these? Yes, it's probably the. Yeah, the channel 1, channel 2 inputs. And a bit of common circuitry, so it's like a mirror set up on it. Okay. So both channels are playing up. We have 2 separate vertical controls. Both come from the same point. We've got plus 12 volt supply rail here, which I'm yet to see. Yes, we could measure that. I have to find them first, but it shouldn't be that hard. So that's one common point we've got here. Right, so we found one common point. And we've got a 4 volt reference here. And a 12 volt supply rail, which I didn't find, so must be a local supply. So this is something to consider. Maybe this power supply here has gone. Issue with that can affect both channels. Let's keep going. Vertical preamp again. Some more stuff here. All the switches that are clean, which may or may not be okay now. I haven't seen any more glitching since I cleaned them, so I think they're right. Again, I'm just trying to familiarise myself with what's around and where things are. 5 volt rail to this, okay, channel on off. Horizontal sweep, which you know is working. Some more power supply stuff. There you go. Here's the minus, the plus and minus 12 volt rails coming from here. Well, if it's the same ones or not, I don't know, but hard to see on the phone. Yeah, it is a bit smaller. Try to make it a bit bigger. So yeah, you got some local supplies here. With test points, TP1, TP3. At least on that board, whether they're shared across other ones, I'm not sure. This is, what board was this one? I forgot which board this was. A13 and A3. So the one we were looking at before was the A5 board, which had its own 12 volt rails in it as well. So whether it shares them across to the other board, I'm not sure. I was looking for anything which stands out. But again, we've got this. That's all mostly horizontal, I think. I think I need to worry about that one. Horizontal sweep, we know that's working. Triggering appears to be working because it was locking onto the signal. When it was working, it was synchronizing, so the trigger appeared to be working. Main sweep. It's a bit smaller so I can scroll faster. Delay trigger, don't care about that. Horizontal sweep, don't care about that. Blade sweep. Horizontal sweep again. Seems a lot of this seems to be dedicated to a horizontal system, which is good because that means there's a whole bunch of stuff we'd ignore. OVPS. So A14 is the interface sim, so that's that card being unplugged. I think. Looks like it. Okay, so there's a 43 there, which I didn't. I mean, obviously, I didn't check every connection on that board. I just looked at the ones which are marked as voltages. I didn't see the plus 43 on there, but it must be there. I guess LVPS is low voltage power supply. I guess that's what it means. I'm guessing, of course. Z, horizontal input. Or it means nothing, I don't know what it means. LVPS is on the power supply section here. Yeah, so it must be low voltage power supply, must be what it means. Although that's mains input, so it's not exactly low voltage, is it? Here we've got a vertical output section from A5. 12 volt power supply rails going between these two boards. Which board is this one? That's A5. What's this one? A3. So that 12 volt rail from the A3 board does go onto the A5 board. So I need to check that for 12 volt rail. See if there's an issue with those. Also got the 43 volts. Okay. So that's all. I think that's all on the side of the unit, if I remember rightly. Unless I'm getting mixed up. And of course that's cut off just there. Right, let's. I'm trying to sort of. What can I drag this thing? Where's the tools for this thing? Never where it is. Tools. Scroll tool. There we go, it's better. Right. No, maybe not. Worth once. So power supplies from the A3 onto the A5 board. We need to check those. Yeah, I think that's what I need to look at. Here we go, here's the guts of it. Yeah, this is where my knowledge of CRTs aren't great. And it's cut off. That's all horizontal. Yeah. for the thing which is marked as vertical, but I don't see it here. I mean, it must be one of these things, surely. Right, well, that's the end of that. So I'm going to go back to the A5 board. We've got to find it again now. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, Thomas. I shouldn't really wear metal things whilst I'm working on electrical stuff, but yeah, I'll learn the hard way. It's fine. Right. So A5. Where are you? So A5 board. Let's have a look, see what I can figure out, then I'll come back. I'll probably just have a glance at it, I'll come back over here. So I'll make sure I'm actually looking at the right board for a start. Because I'm not sure I am. What the hell does this board look like? I've forgotten. In case I'm getting mixed up between stuff. Yeah, that is it. Okay. So I should better measure it all on that connector on the side of the unit. Pin 1 through to 6 is marked that way. Okay. Can I see any voltage marks on it? I don't think I'm going to be that lucky, am I? Oh yes, there is markings here actually. I can see a -12 on the ground. They're not all marked, but there is a marking, so I can measure on the side here. Okay, let's go over here. Disk. And I'll turn these back on again so I can get some better lighting. Let's get rid of this for the time being. Don't like having metal things floating around unnecessarily. Apart from what's on my hand. So that's the A5 board right there. So this board here is the A5 board, which is the vertical board. And there's not much to it. But I want to check voltages on stuff which come through from this connector over here. So I need to check that and go from there. Now it does have like some connections on the back which go through to the CRT, and there's like a hybrid or something under there, like a ceramic package. See that there? That package there. It's a big thing, about that long. So if that's gone, then yeah, good luck. But I'm hoping it's something more simple than that. Could just be a transistor, could be a power supply problem. Now, I think this board here is the A3 board. Vertical preamplifier. So that's all part of it over here. It's marked here. And so it's attached to the vertical control, stuff like that. All over here. It's gone. Oh. Focus again. So it's attached all over here. So it's obviously all the vertical section. So there could be something wrong in here still. But it's a good place to start to check the power supplies which feed up to this. If I can find the actual power supply markings on the board, that'd be great. It does have test points around the place. I can see some ground markings and all that. So I might just go and find the power supply test points and see what I find from there. But I'm just looking for anything obvious. And there isn't. You think power supplies be over here somewhere. It may be. There's diode there. Couple of transistors. I mean, it could be simple as that. But yeah. There's a negative 12 volt marking on the board up here. And a ground. I don't see a plus 12 volt marking. Both seem to come straight out. So I don't think it's those. I think it was something over this side. Oh, there's plus 12 volts. I can see it now. Light on the right. So plus 12 volts is pin 6. Minus 12 volts is pin 5. Ground is pin 4. So there we go. And that comes over here. A couple of caps. So we'll check over here and see what we get for voltages. Cuse, you thought you was a mod? Yeah, you were. What happened? What did you do? Well, I already reseated this connector. I've already lifted this one off and reseated this. So that is one I've actually done. In case it was a bad connection, I've already done that one. Did this one, did all these ones down here. The only ones I haven't done on the high voltage board, I didn't want to touch that. So I have already reseated this one and put some dioxide in there to try and clean it up. So I'm pretty sure that's okay. But at least I can see what the voltages are supposed to be here. Well, see the voltage points, so I can check those. Right, let's get this multimeter out. Let's do DC and AC again. So check ripple at the same time. Okay, what's the chance of me blowing this thing up? Quite good. Now, turn it on and power switch. Here's that one. Let's see what we're getting up here. Let's try and measure like this. Ground point there and try not to slip, and I'll try and measure off this. We definitely have activity. Let me measure this power supplies again and record video this time. So I'm just going by the markings on the board here. So that is marked as ground. I think it is anyway. And we've got what should be plus 12 volts. 11.9, no ripple. And then we've got minus 12 volts. Try and do this without slipping. Minus 12 volts with no ripple. So those supply rails are there, and I think this other one here might be the 43 volt rail. Let's check that. There we go, 43 volts. No ripple to speak of. So the power supply rails are going to the vertical board. At least you know that much. I was hoping it's going to be one of those. Right. I want to figure out how I'm going to test this vertical board. I should really cover that one up, the high voltage section. I don't think there's a problem in there. Yeah, I don't think there's a problem in there. So, A5, what I'm going to do with this thing to check this thing out. Interestingly, there's a bare solder joint there. At least it looks like it from here. On the plus 12 volt track. Let me show you this. This case is getting in the way. Another reason I should put it back on. So this is the input to the A5 board, and you can see here that there's not a lot of solder on there. Like, there's none there, and there's none there. Now you'd hope that there's plenty on the back of the board, but as the traces come up the front of the board, that could be a problem. Lack of solder. Now, I don't actually know if I can take this board off. I think it's possible, but I don't really want to disturb it. Is the two connections that go through to the tube are on plugs, so I can actually pull those off. Let's pull out of it so you can see it. So through the back of here, there's a side of the tube. You've got two little wires go through, and they're actually on little push pin connectors. See those? So if I needed to, I could take that board off. But as that's going to be a package which is hard to replace, or impossible to replace if it gets damaged, I don't want to disturb it unless I need to. I might be able to see through the back here and see if they're soldered properly on the other side. But the fact these aren't soldered here and here, that's not great. Let me check, see if there's voltages there, from this side of the board on the actual traces. Because I think that would be a smart thing to check for. Power on. This one here is the ground. And that should be minus 12. It is. And up here it should be plus 12. It is. Although it's got to be a voltage drop. It was 11.9 down here. Up here it's 11.8. But the voltage is getting through, so that solder joint is appearing to be okay. Let's try the 43 volt one. Shift that there. Find the other into that trace, which I think comes up to here. Yeah, that's up to there as well. So unfortunately, although those solder joints aren't good, that is actually working. Damn. So you guys chatting amongst yourselves, try and catch up with it. Now the question is, where are the vertical voltages? So that's ground, minus 12 volts, plus 12 volts. That's 43 volt supply rail. And then there's one other one, which was the mag times 5. I think it went to, I think that's what it said. So, is that how much to do in the vertical voltage? I'm not that familiar with this stuff, so I'm not quite sure. There's also a whole bunch of stuff over this side as well. Oh, you can't see what I'm talking about. Over there. There's a whole bunch of stuff over there too, in the same plane, which is coming from the high voltage board. Potentially. Just thinking about something. You beat one side of the push-pull transistor drive is knackered. Yeah. I think it's a hybrid package, so I'm not quite sure how to handle that part of it. What I might do, I'm trying to understand how the vertical drive is getting in here. Which connection is that? Let's look at the diagrams again. I'm not completely clear on this bit yet. So apparently the pin 6, which is the 12 volt rail, is supposed to be 12.6. It's got 12.6 up here. And there. Interestingly. It looks like a positive, but it's... Pin 4 is the ground. 27 ohms. I suppose it's coming through that 27 ohms, is it? I don't know. Pin 3 is what I'm suspicious of. Pin 1's 43, 6 and 5, 4 and 2 are ground, yes. So, what are these ones? Where's these connections coming from? Are there more connections I haven't seen? So that's the A3 board we know about, okay? So we understand that bit there. And then we've got the outputs to the vertical plate, which we know about. This is the hybrid device we're worried about. We've got this power supply over here from the 12 volt supply rail. Maybe we check that. We've also got electrolytic here. Alright, so we could check that transistor in the hybrid. We check that transistor, we can check this transistor because they're all accessible from outside. The rest we can't. No. There's only one transistor being checked directly from outside, and it's that very initial one there. So these ones must be the drive. Yeah, so I need to check these ones. To see what's going on with the plates. So is that what I should just do? Is just probe those two pin connectors on the tube and see what we're getting on each one? Would that be the simplest thing to do? See if we get any changing. Yeah, 0.4 volts there, 19 volts at this point, thereabouts. I'm guessing that's a midpoint level. Yeah, okay. I'm also trying to understand where these signals come from. They're coming from here, isn't it? Yeah, that one there. So that's passing from this. Wherever this bit is, delay line. Ah, yeah, okay. Yes, delay line. Yes, there is a coil of wire in there. So there is a delay line next to that board. So it must be where the signal's coming through, is through that delay line there. Okay. So that's where that's the bit I was trying to figure out, is where's the input coming from? And now I know. Okay. Right, okay. So we'll check the outputs and go from there. So let's check the outputs of these vertical amplifiers. I'd like to stick this on a ground point if I can, so I don't have to hold the thing. There's no really particularly convenient. Actually, shove this into. I'll shove it in here. That work? That might work. Let's see. Is that going to work? Yep, that works. Great. I have to hold on to a probe. So we've got two connections down here. I can try and probe onto those without touching stuff, hopefully. Let's see what we get. 34 volts on that one. Okay, let's see if I can find the controls at the front. And set them both to centre. I don't know if this is going to change anything or not. So we've got 34 on that one. 2.7 on that one. Interesting. Let's turn channel A down. Still 2.7. Still 34. Nothing changed. Let's turn down channel B. Still 34. Still 2.7. Let's turn them both up. Still 34. Still 2.7. Nothing's changing. And I'm an idiot. Well, you guys get to see it in the final video. There you go. Anyway, the outcome is that both those wires test the same regardless of what I set the vertical control offsets to on each one. Okay, let me try and see where the inputs are. Yeah. Let me check the inputs. What components did I go to so I can try and track those down? So the outputs aren't changing at all. Yeah, I'll change this one back. Hey. So that isn't changing at all. And they're both different to each other. I would like to check that supply there, that VR1. I'd like to make sure that we've got that voltage there, because that could affect things. It'll affect the biasing on these two transistors and affect the drive to them, which will affect the output. So that would be quite important to get right. If there's an issue with that voltage, that could be a problem. So I want to check that. And then I'll try and find where these are coming in. Well, that's why I wanted to see if there's an input change. If these inputs are changing, then we're probably right. So we've got Q1 collector, got L1, L4, Q3. If I measure L4 and L1, that's probably the easiest place to find. And of course that's right behind where the bloody beam is across the chassis, isn't it? Get bigger. There's L1. Where's L4? Oh, there's L4. And we got the VR1, that's the other thing I want to look for, which is up the top there. Okay. Yeah, I want to measure those after the first transistors first, because that might eliminate the transistors as well in one go. I want to check VR1, L1 and L4. So that would, bloody scrolling thing. So I'm measuring here, I'm also eliminating that transistor potentially, and the same on L4. So if they're correct there, or not, If they were correct, then that transistor there is probably right. If it's not, then I can go before it off these other devices, R1 and R5. And I can check delay line inputs as well. So we'll go for that. Go back up to layouts. And R1 and R5 is R5, R1's here. So if I need to check those two, I can try and trace those. Differential input, yeah. I don't measuring from ground, what if that matters? Anyway. So this up here is this diode is R1 with the Zener. Nothing on that end. 3.4 volts on that end. Relative to ground on the chassis. So that's okay. But only getting 3.4 volts there. Should be 4.6 I think it was. So that's down by quite a bit, which is interesting. There's 42 volts across that capacitor there. Okay. So what I need to try and do now is also measure the input side, which is all down here somewhere, and see what the inputs actually are. See if those match up with what I'm doing with the controls. Camera again. Fucking hell. Yeah, right. So yes, this one here, that diode, 3.4. That's not the 4.6. 1.2 volts is potentially significant, isn't it? Because it's transistor biasing. Yeah, this is what I'll just do the overhead camera normally, because if I mess up this camera, this is fine, it's fine. So that's definitely something which is a suspicion. Look at those inductors again. We want L1 and L5. Is it L1 and L4? Get it right. L1. Okay. And L4 is there. Yeah, okay, I've found the inductors. So the inductors are up here. I'm not quite sure which side I'm supposed to be measuring on, but we'll find out. That side we got nothing. I don't remember which one's which. Nothing happening there. Nothing happening there. Let's try the other side if I get onto that. If I can. It's a bit fine, a bit tight in there. Not even sure I want it. Not sure I want that one. Let's try the other one. Okay, that was changing slightly as I'm adjusting that. Not much. Try and get on the other side of it. Yeah. So there is a little bit of change there. I'm adjusting channel A. When I adjust channel B, it shifts and then comes back. Right. Is this the other one there? I think it might be. So the input, I think, is probably the problem. So you want resistor 1 and resistor 5. So R1 and R5 you want to check the actual inputs from the delay line. Let's try and find those. I think that one there. That one jumps as I move it. There is some response to be changing the knobs. Okay, and R5. Is it R5? Oh, I've been wrong one. No, it is R5. There's a slight change and I move the knob, that's about it. Where's the delay line inputs? That's what I'm trying to figure out next. I can see what looks like some pins on the back here. Let's have a look. There we are. Okay, so these are the delay line inputs on here. Might be ground, maybe. There we go, it's 5.9. So there's a response there when I'm pushing, when I'm turning the controls. This one, that side's got nothing. I'm not quite sure what I'm actually doing here. We'll figure that out. But what if I measure across? If I assume that one there could be a negative, let's try across here instead of going to ground. Let's try across here. Anything? 6 is like having a ground. So I think the black wire is a ground wire. It's behaving exactly the same way as having it attached on the chassis. So go between that one there and that one there. Don't slip. So they're both responding. Interestingly, it goes up and down again. So as I'm getting channel B, I'll turn it down, it drops, and it comes back up. Which is interesting. Put it in the middle. Channel A. No real response. I don't know what I'm looking for though, that's the problem. Next time you'll text me. Probably a good plan. Well, the voltage changes weren't there. Let me think. Right now I don't have a clear path to take, so So I measured on R1 and R5, and also directly on the delay line. So there's also a ground. I measured across those two connections, I think, as like a differential mode, and reference to ground as well. So I did both those, and there is some activity there, but it's not going negative and positive. It changes and comes back a bit. So I'm not clear on that. And these ones here, the outputs of the Q1 to L's 1 and 4, those weren't changing really. So I'm not quite sure what I'm missing here. I don't have a clear understanding. Plus it still says plus 12.6 volts here on the input side. I'm not getting that. Yes, that's doing a drive from these, but that's driving the outputs from the magnification switch as well. But yeah, we weren't getting this plus and minus, well, plus 12 volts on these, we weren't getting that. So this mag should be a pull up or pull down, either magnet times 15, or sorry, times 5 is minus 12 volt pull down, or if it's off, it's a pull up to 5 volts. And they're PNPs with a minus 12 volt reference. So in one state they're on, one state they're off. That can't be right, can it? Must be biased slightly. That's interesting. Because when the magnification is turned off, you're getting a plus 5 volt pull up. So how can you possibly get a minus 0.7? Unless they're completely off normally, and that's what's normally turning those on. That's a plus 12 volts there. So plus 12 volts here is lower than that. So that will turn those on. So there should be plus 12 on both of the bases of those. But these aren't 12 volts up here. So these have to be higher before this will even work and let the signal through. So I think this 12 volts missing from here is the key. Guess what we got? Was it 5 volts? But we know we've got 43 volts coming into the board. I think we need to check around here. Because even if this part is working, if these voltages don't match what they should be, because they're not being biased by this, these transistors won't turn on. Because this has to be higher than this. There you go, I'll make it bigger for you. Alright, hope you can see now. Mobile screens, always fun. So there you go, so you've got plus 12 volts, well 12.6 on the inputs, right? And I was measuring at R1 here, I wasn't getting that. I was getting 5 volts on one and like 2 volts on something on the other, wasn't I? So I should be getting a bias at this point of 12.6 volts into the bases, sorry, into the emitters of those transistors. So then the base can be 12 volts on each one in order to pass the signal through. So this plus 12 volts not being there means these will never turn on. You're looking at C5. Where's C5? C4. Where's C5? Oh, C5 down here. All right. I mean, possibly, but if this is never active, I should still be getting 12 volts here. It's got a 12 volt bias, and that should be there regardless, I think. Regardless of whatever this is doing. Because it's got this 43 volt bias here, which is supposed to be putting these up to 12 volts. And that's not present, so I need to check this bit first. R3, R2, R4, I need to check this lot. It could be C2 is bad, but then we were measuring 43 volts here on the input, so that probably isn't the case. It's more likely, in fact, that one's worse than the other. Could it be a heavy load on one side which is dragging it down? One side was being dragged down, potentially. So if it's being dragged down, it also pulled a bias down for this side and lower the other voltage. So with one voltage being much lower than the other, it means the difference in voltage is acting like a voltage divider. But then I still need to have this higher than that for that to be bypassed through there. There could be a fault in delay line, or where the delay line is coming from, which is causing it to drag down, because it's only 88.7 ohm resistors, I'm presuming. It seems to be in ohms. So I'll check here first, see what's going on in this 43 volt supply rail, which is obviously doing the biasing. Yeah, C2 is shorted, they won't have anything. And it would be equal between both, potentially. And we're getting an imbalance, which makes you think more likely one side is dragging it down. That's where I'm leading to. So I'm going to check these resistors here. So R3, R2, R4. The junction of those I can find and then go from there. R3 is there. R2, R4. Right. Change the camera. Do you reckon? Do you think I should change the camera? Let me just improve the view on this so I can see it from over here. So, ground point I can't use a chassis for. Actually, I'll even put the probes right around. So right now I'm thinking we've got a bias missing from the drive because the inputs weren't looking right. There should be like a 12 volt bias on these things. And I'm not seeing a 12 volt bias. So I'm just going to try and check for that, because I think that's missing. So an R3 is the main one coming in, which is this one here, I think. 6 volts that side. 6 volts that side. Is that the right one? It may not be. This one here. There you go, 43 volts coming in. Output is 38 volts. So R3 is doing what it's supposed to do. So then we want R2, I think it was, and R4. R2 is this one. So it should be the 38 there, yes it is. This end should be 12 volts. We're getting 6. And on the other one, over here, we're getting 12 on that one. So that one's working. That one's correct. I didn't see that before, interestingly. Let me just try adjusting controls. That's doing nothing. That's doing nothing. Right, okay. This side is way too low. There's no way that's working. So one is there, 12.6 like it should be, the other side is not right. Okay, we've got something. Let's just probe this transistor here, but nothing that side. 12 volts there. So that looks like the base is there. The emitter is completely off, nothing there at all. So let me just check this other transistor, which I think might be the other one. I'm not quite sure. There's that 0.6 we got before. And yeah, that should be that one. So the center pin I think is the collector. Yes it is. Sorry, the emitter. And this one should be the collector. So that should be the base, sorry. So the base is there on both of them correctly. So okay, I think I'm getting 0.6 on that one. It is changing as I turn the controls to a point. The push beam find. What happens if I push beam find? It goes to 0. So that 0.6 volts might be doing the offset. And let me check the other side. Which one's which? That's the base. So this is collector, and it is doing 0 volts. Beam find doesn't really change, and changing offsets does nothing. Curious. Need to look at this now. Probe on the base and chip 5 times. Yeah, I could do that. Actually, which one was I looking at? Let's look at which leg I'm actually looking at this thing. So Q1 was the one which had the low voltage going to the emitter. Q3 looked normal. Interestingly, hold on a minute. Now on this diagram here, Q1 and Q3 face each other. On the board, they don't. Input's not set to ground? Well, then no, they're not set to ground actually. Okay, I'll set to ground and I'll recheck that. So on ground, yes. So both set to ground, I'll recheck it. one there, still 6 volts. That one there, still 12.6 volts. This one here, it's the same, and this one here is 0.6. So where's the mag button? Lost it, can't see what I'm doing. Hold on. Make times 5 second one down. Okay. So if you put this on the base of this transistor here, see that? No change. No change. Outputs. That one changes. That's interesting. That's the Q1. That's what I'm doing. Just double checking something. Right. So the magnification is indeed increasing the output voltages. So the magnification is working, not by the same amount though. So we get minus 2.35 and 1 volt. If I shift to both negative, shift them both positive, or upwards and downwards I should say, makes a difference. So the magnification is changing the output. Let's check this input here, check that with mag on, nothing. Okay, so I'm wondering if there's an issue with this side where this drive isn't right. That seems to be the common thing right now, is that drive is at 6 volts isn't right. There should be more than that. Right. Okay. Let me switch this back for a minute, and I shall, go back to the diagram. You guys can study the diagram for a bit. I'll be back in a second. Hopefully you can see it on screen. Yeah. Entertain yourselves a minute, and I shall be back shortly. Right, let's try and figure out why there's no 12 volt bias on that side. Check the chat before I get into it. So why is it in trying to steal my soldering line? Alright, so Q1 was the side which was is that the right one I'm looking at? So Q1 is the side which has got the no bias, yes. Interesting, Q1 and Q3 on here say that they're facing each other, right? On the board, Q3 is facing away from Q1, both in the same orientation. It's probably just a layout drawing issue, but because they're both NPN transistors and they're both facing the same way on the board and the connections are the same. So I think the board layout diagram there doesn't match the actual board. I think it's got an error. So we'll check R2 and R4. I'll check those resistances, make sure. I think R2 is fine because, sorry, R4 is fine because that has got the correct bias voltage on it, but the other one doesn't. So either Q1 has got a short or some kind of leakage issue which is putting it through this way, or R2 is bad. So R2 and R4, make sure I get the right ones again. R2, R4, right. I'll measure those two. Power is off. So I'm going to measure between, well, across these resistors to see if there's an issue with the resistor itself, because, well, something's just not right. So R2 and R4, this is R2 here. .97K and R4 1.21K. Right, 1.21 is what it's supposed to be. 1.97 is not what it's supposed to be. That appears to be a bad resistor. .2K. 1.2s. I've got metal film. Guess that'll have to do. Oh, I do have some carbon. I do have a couple of carbon ones. Let's put a carbon composite in there. Let's check the values. That's not 1.2K, is it? That's 270 ohms. That must be in the wrong box. I did go the right one, didn't I? Yes, I did. Oh, I guess I don't have carbon ones. I've only got metal film. Carbon. Yeah, common composite is what I was thinking of, yeah. 1.17, oh, that's a bit low. 1.17, all a bit low. take it out of the bandolier thing. 1.17. It might not matter. I guess I'm going to go and put these ones here into the correct bin. Do Chinese resistors, yes. $2.79. This is why I was measuring them as well before I used them. How the hell did I get those wrong? That's interesting. Anyway. Has anyone got the manual open? I know sometimes people follow along. Can someone tell me what the wattage rating is of the resistors are in here? If you've got it open, otherwise I have to go and find it. Because that's a 1 watt resistor. I've also got half watt and quarter watt. Yeah, see that the half watt resistors are much closer. So I'd rather use one of them. Yeah, I just want to look at the. It must have a parts listing in here. A5, R2, and R4. Where's the parts listings? Actually, was it below it? That's only a designation about locations. Parts listing. What page are we on? 1 something. 114. Yeah, 114. Right. Okay. I don't think it was below it, was it? No. That's designation for positions. Where's the parts listing? No, no. That's quarter watt, is it? Really? Your 1.2K's there now, have you? You'll post it. Brilliant. There we go. Here's parts listing. Let's double check. Since I found it now. A5, A5C, A5R2. Yeah, quarter watt. Okay, cool. So I can use a half watt resistor, which is more accurate. It's closer. It's not exactly right, but it's closer. It should be good enough. Right, on page 114. Okay, we can use that one then instead. I'm still upgrading it a little bit. I mean, should I change them both so it's balanced? Yeah. Let's change one. Well, other stuff with it. Let's see if I've got anything which is even closer. 1.202. 201. I think these are all going to be, because these are metal film, these tend to be a bit more consistent. 1206. I doubt I've got one here which is exactly right, but it's not. I'm having a look in case I do happen to have the right one. Oh, 209. That's pretty close. That's a winner so far. Pull that one out. That cannot be right. 1.204. How did I get 400 ohms just in? That's weird. I don't think I spun that around when I moved it. 204. Yeah, okay. So we've got 1209, which is probably close enough. Get onto it properly. 1208. There we go. That will do. Now, did I record the video about that resistor? I don't know if I was recording video at the time and I found it. Was I? No. So I measured this resistor here, which is 1.98k instead of 1.21k, and the other one here measured okay, slightly higher, that one. So this resistor here is definitely wrong. I'm going to take that resistor out. I found another one. It's metal film. This is a half watt. The one that's in here is supposed to be quarter watt, but it's quite big for a quarter watt resistor. It doesn't look like quarter watt. It looks like a half watt resistor, but the pass list says quarter watt. Anyway, I'll take that out and change it for this one, which is closer to the right value, and we'll see what happens. That might fix the problem. It might just be one of many problems. Unplug it, otherwise it will trip my circuit breaker, potentially. Sometimes my RCDs will trip because it senses the nerve leakage. I have to be careful about unplugging mains leads and things when I'm working on, even if they're not powered. Okay, let's put some extra solder on this, get it going. I mean, it's dropping 38 volts across this thing. Was it 30? It's 12 hours. 26 volts is dropping across this resistor. So it's quite a drop it's got to take. So quarter watt doesn't really sound big enough. Anyway. Take that out. I'll measure out a circuit as well once it's cooled down. Should probably record this, shouldn't I? Actually fixing something and doing soldering and stuff, I should probably record that. Untangle my wires because they're getting tangled up around the feet of the tripod. Right. And yes, I know you've all gone blind. Hopefully it comes back on again. Come on, come back on. Stop glitching. Right. So I'll just desolder that resistor. Let's actually see what it is out of circuit. Don't touch the probe at the same time. It's okay to touch one of them, not the other. Seriously, I'm getting nothing out of circuit. It's measuring open now. It must be completely gone then. If I measure across here again, 1.98k. Wow. That resistor completely open. That measurement I'm getting is for the associated circuitry around it. Leakage through the rest of the circuitry. Right, well, let's put a new transistor in. Sorry. That's not a transistor, that's definitely a resistor. Let's put a new transistor in it. Yes, right. Now I'm going to do this on the top side, because, you know, why not? Because I can do this from the top side. Can't always do it from the top side, but in this case I can. Now I've also got my desoldering gun warmed up, hopefully. Clear the holes out. You need to get one of these things if you don't have one already. If you look at my tools and equipment list down below in the video, in most of my videos I've got a list of various things, and I think that's on the list. A link to go and get one. Try and drop that in. Look at that. Perfect. Straight in. Oh, and it moved. Of course it moved. I'm trying to do this on camera at the same time as I'm soldering it, because it's a bit awkward because I'm trying to not be in the way of the camera. Anyway, let's start again. Right, that should be soldered okay now. Give it a minute to cool down. That's measuring That's measuring 7.44 now. That's very different to what it was before. Why has that gone so low in value compared to the other one? It should be the same as the other side. I'm not thinking that's right either now. Well, that's measuring different. Okay, right. Well, it's obviously an interaction between the two halves. Because now that one's measuring 750. Let me show you. Unless I've shorted something out when I've been soldering. I don't think I have though. So now that one's measuring 751. And the one I just put in is measuring 749. They're pretty much equal. I think that's going to be okay. I guess there's some interaction between the two halves of the circuitry where I'm measuring it. So I'm not too worried about the difference being a bit weird. It's probably fine. So what I'm going to do now is power it up again to see what happens. Still cut up this high power circuit. Right. Turn these off again. Keep with the fan noise. I may need this again yet. In volts mode. Maybe. No, still I sleep on that bit, right? Okay. Put this on AC mode again, both channels. Right, let's power it up, see what happens. See if we get anything on display. Still got the sweeping. Nothing showing. Beam finds there. Center both of these. Ooh. Ooh. We've got something. Oh, look at that. We've got channel 2. We've got channel 2. Okay, we've got one channel working. Right. Still nothing on channel A though. Unless I'm using it wrong. There is some response to this control for channel A. Channel B is obviously doing the most. Okay. Right. Let me try putting a signal in. We've got something. Knock the camera over. I might put this on DC coupling actually. So we check the DC offset and stuff like that. Output is now on. Oh ho 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 ho! Right. Raining. Okay, so we have gain, horizontal sync is there. There it is. Triggering. I'm not sure what the trigger is yet. Trigger is where? Because it is scrolling across. Ah. Should I be on that one? That's why. Is it maybe? Trigger level on B. Not sure. Hold on. What am I doing wrong here? Hold off. Hold off's doing something. That's shifting it around. Why am I not getting... I'm missing something, aren't I? Come on, how do I use this thing? That is an auto. That did something in. That's interesting. Even I thought that would be channel 1. Doing something. On internal. So why is this trigger not right? I don't think it's using these because this is the delays. That's the trigger delay stuff. One main. We'll do delay trigger. No. What am I missing here? I'm doing something stupid, I'm sure. But I think I may be guessing still. Give me a second. Okay, so I thought someone knocked on my door. What am I doing wrong here? On B. That's on B. Oh, there's trigger view. Okay, hold on. Oh, hold on. Trigger is not showing. So I'm on trigger view. It's alternating. B, A, yeah, A. If I do delay trigger, no. I don't think the trigger's working. This also feels really loose. I think the trigger point is not working. These feel different. They've got like a bit of drag on them. All these other controls have got drag. This one doesn't. I think this one isn't actually working. Maybe it's not on the shaft. I can do A and B, but there's nothing there. So I think, which I've now changed over. If I increase that up, that's now within a trigger state. No, something not right with the triggering. Definitely on internal trigger, but that I think should be telling me where I set the trigger level, right? So you adjust this up and down. I don't know, as I'm turning it, is that just coincidence? Yeah. Yeah, if I turn it down quickly, it does affect it, so it must be doing something. So, something's still not right. It's interesting, we did kind of have it working before, didn't we? It's still rolling. Yeah. Let me change its frequency. Go down to 10 Hz, which is where we kind of had it kind of working before. Alright, let's go 100 Hz. Then it's definitely well within that trigger window. So that should be triggering. It doesn't seem to be. More is going on here yet. Yeah, I mean, I should be able to see a stable waveform here. Right? I should be able to get it stable. So I'm not quite sure. Am I? When even single trigger, right, I should get a single trigger, and then be able to do a reset. That's not happening. You see it almost trigger then, sort of glitched, and it's like it wants to go. See that? Am I missing something here? I'm either missing something or something's not working right. I'm pretty sure that should lock on. There's a delay trigger, right? So you got the half highlighted across the screen. I mean, it shows on camera here, but if I to bring intensity down, there we go. All right, so now you've got that delayed. I must be missing something. And there's a trigger level, but the level wasn't actually shifting. I would have thought by me adjusting this up and down, or that up and down, depending which one's relevant, that would move. Doesn't seem to be doing that though. Need a voice bot. I'm on AC triggering. There's DC triggering. Both on AC. Put them both on DC. Both on internal. Out is internal. Rejection. Ooh, interesting. If I lock it to line frequency, we are getting it. Okay, so there is some kind of synchronization happening. Right. Okay. Internal external doesn't seem to matter. So, but still, I shouldn't have to rely on line triggering or that line filtering. Was it? That must be a line filter, surely, not a line trigger. Nah, something's not right here. Sure, something's still not right. Bound from it? No. Channel 2 invert. This one's just got a DC offset, but that's not currently set. Play Blade Apple as XY. Well, in order to do that, I have to fix channel 1 first. So that's a clue, right? It does do it online. delay. Can I get to do it with delay? Don't think so. Right. A, B? No. So I'll do a single sweep with that. Yeah, I don't know, it's not what I'd expect. Auto triggering and normal triggering is now working together like that. That works, but without the line, auto disappears. There's time to get that in just the right place, maybe. Yeah, there's something else going on there. Is it? That's auto. Sorry, normal trigger. Normal trigger is one which is giving its glitch and stopping, right? Something's still not right. I'm not quite sure what it is though. Yeah, I was just playing with the delay stuff to see if I could make something else happen. Yeah. Let's go 1 kilohertz. Now, interestingly, 1 kilohertz is actually lining up on that one, and the trigger is actually affecting that one. It is actually going backwards and forwards slightly. Okay. Do rejections? No. Positive trigger, negative trigger. Better to tell. AC/DC. See, the internal external switch is doing like nothing, and I think that's purely a coincidence. If I go faster, then it's like no. So let's go faster with this. 10 kilohertz. It's aliasing quite badly there, I think. Again, the lack of that lock is a problem. Let's go to that. It's locked to AC, it's not really doing well. Okay, so 100 kilohertz. It's just disappearing basically. I think it might be the delay thing, is it? Is that a delay? Well, I've got it turned off. I've lost the plot now. Yeah, turn that back off. And you've all gone blind again. Okay, magnify times 10. It's kind of there. This is supposed to do much more than that. Okay, let's do 1 megahertz. I'm not really getting what I should be seeing here because this doesn't seem right. Do hold off, see if that helps. Apparently not. Nah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't used a bloody analog one for years. There's a delay sweep thing, right? So I can do that part. it's supposed to do 100 megahertz, so I should be able to see that, surely. I mean, it's only 10 times 10, right? So I'm doing 1 megahertz. So I shouldn't really need that switch in or out in order to see anything. It's kind of there. If I lock it to line frequency, it's gone. Because it's got high frequency rejection. It's almost there. Yeah, it's just not looking properly. I mean, yes, I've used an analog scope before, but it's a long time ago. I've had digital scopes for quite some time now. I mean, it's kind of working-ish. But even that's not stable. Nah. Nah, something's not right here. I'm not quite sure what I'm getting wrong. Anyway, we've got half it working. Kind of. We've got something on the screen now. Let's go channel 1 again. A1, whatever you want to call it. Still got nothing there. Have it there? No, nothing. Turn that off. Turn those right up again. And that's the weird thing, isn't it? It's finding something. Down to 10 hertz again. Yeah, something's still not right with this one. Do have DC input. Yeah. Turn that off again. Chop, alternate, nope. It's only working on channel B. Right, this keeps on going, doesn't it? Well, that one there, that's further delayed. And it kind of ties together, so I have to go all the way to the right with that one. Yes. So this channel is definitely not working like it should, or working at all, really. So that's interesting. But I've got one channel working, so that's something. So as I suspected at the very beginning, there's more than one issue. There's at least two issues because of the way they were behaving differently. So I got the vertical working at least on channel 2, but something's wrong with this bit. Hold on, left off, didn't I? Yep. So I think this requires some more thinking. But we found one problem. So I haven't cleaned that switch yet. I haven't taken that panel off and cleaned that. Oh, I should probably do that. That's one I couldn't get to because it's behind a panel, which I think I can remove. Yes. Oh yeah, okay. There's the switch mechanism. That's a nice view, actually. I'll show you guys that. It's pretty cool. There's a switch mechanism. Probably get washed out. So you can see it. I might try and do it from the other camera. So I pulled the side panel off here to see about the switch in here, which is the attenuator switch. You can see it's basically got a barrel with a bunch of activated pins on there, little cams, and it pushes these levers up and down in here. That's how it works. So the top bit's just a cam, and the bottom bit's the actual switch inside there somewhere, the actual attenuator. So that's what that's doing. Not too exciting, but pretty nice design, isn't it? Get some deoxit in there. And this time we'll use a gold one. Try and get it inside the switch if I can. I'm not sure if I can get it in there. We'll see. It might be a PCB mount switch where it just pushes on the PCB traces. Could be those. Possible. Yeah, the thing is though, even on like channel A, even with no input signal, it still doesn't have a line there, right? So it should be a line across the screen if there's no input signal. Now I don't even get that. So there's still an issue with the input from channel A side of things. Exactly what that issue is, I don't know yet, obviously. That's it. At least lubricate a little bit. Let's put the panel back on again. There's nothing really I can do in there anyway, apart from that. Getting tired, yeah, me too. It's been a long stream so far. We got some progress. You know, we got one channel working, well, half working. It's curious as to why the other one's not. So it's probably a timing kind of thing. Maybe, I don't know. But it could still be off screen. Could just be off screen still. Could be it's working, just you can't see it. It may be that the vertical adjustment doesn't work properly. It's possible. Anyway. Okay, right, so look at the BNC jack, roll that out. Looks okay. Just looking at the bottom of this board. See if I see anything on it. There's some tantalum capacitors around. Don't see any electrolytics. There's kind of dip tantalums. But yeah. So channel B works, channel A doesn't. So it gives us a path to go down, and there's not probably that much stuff to look at there. Anyway. Well, I doubt it's done anything. We'll pair it back up again, see when it's changed. See if we get a line on the screen. I don't think it will. Intensity's right up. That's running. That's pulsing. Beam find is there. Interesting, it's getting those little down pulses like that. See that? Even with no input. What little story is there? That's channel B. Channel B doesn't do it. Channel A does it. That's interesting, isn't it? So we've got a difference again. No input channel. B's fine. A, not fine. So downwards pulses on beam find on channel A, but not on channel B. That's curious. Just trying things, see if anything has an effect. Nope. I mean, this is on DC right now, okay? I'll flick around to AC. I haven't tried that. Have we? I don't remember. AC, beam find on AC, looks the same. And say B has a line there, right? So B's got a line, A does not. Change levels, nothing showing up. So, and that's interestingly to do with sweep speed. I think that's a clue. Don't know what it is, but there's a clue. Put on that. Okay. Don't know. Still a couple of problems left. I think there's at least 2 problems left. Okay, I think I'm going to call it a day. It's gone 1 o'clock. It's 1:30. It's 5.5 hours of stream time. I think that's enough for a day. And I will have to study the manual for this and look at that channel 1, see if I can find anything for that. Figure that out, and also put that cover back on the high voltage section because you know I think I was tempted fate enough. Let's come back over here, and I'll nudge that connector again. Bloody connectors. Come on, come back on. Working? Yes, we're working. Right. I might just record that bit actually. So I've got to a point now, it's like, okay, well, B's half working. It doesn't seem to be triggering properly. I'm not sure the trigger adjustment's working as it should based on what that is doing. I would expect that line to move up and down. You know, I'd expect there'd be something happening there. I mean, I haven't read the manual, I could be using it wrong. But the beam find on this one's doing something interesting. This one's a line, right? Just a line. Put it on channel A, and then get impulses in there. So there's a difference. There shouldn't be a difference. They should be exactly the same. So I don't know why that's there. Is it a voltage level thing? I could try doing the same voltage level and make sure that they're both the same. That's on DC. Let's put this back to DC. Make sure exactly the same settings. Beam find exactly the same. No difference. So something's different now. So there's never a clue about what's going on. Could be a shorted component somewhere. Maybe there's a transistor which isn't switching. It should be switching. I don't know, but it's going to require a lot more investigation yet. So I think that's the end of part 1. Potentially, I don't know how many parts this video is going to be. It could be another 19-part series. I doubt, but I hope not. So we've got something. We've got channel 2 half working because of one dodgy resistor, which looks absolutely fine. Actually, let's have a close look at it in case there is something wrong with it. There's no signs of, there's no cracks or anything like that. It looks absolutely fine on the outside. I can't see any reason for that to be bad. So it's just gone open circuit. Anyway, watch for more. Okay, we go here. Going to continue on the amplifier again. Yeah. Okay, well, thanks everyone dropping by. Thanks, and give us a thumbs up and stuff before you leave. And yeah, obviously this will be turned into a proper full video at some point. I've got a few videos queued up already. I think like 2 months of videos already sitting there, something like that. So it'll be about eventually, but obviously it'll be edited better, concise. And yeah, I have to do some research and reading on this manual and more study of the circuit diagrams to try and figure out what's going on with channel A versus channel B. But the thing is, at least having 2 channels, I can compare one to the other, and that could give me clues about what's going on. But anyway, we fixed one problem. I think there's a few to go. So thanks for dropping by, and I'll catch you later.